stall until he does. Hey, Lee, your sandwich. Welcome. Let's get started. Thank you for joining us again this year. I so appreciate the opportunity to interact with all of you. Oh, Lamar just walked in. Thank you. This is our 8th College Presidents Conference. Only Roger, put your hand up, Roger Sublave, has been to all 8 of these. Lamar Alexander, this is his third. I think this is Lamar's third one of these, second for sure. I think the third one he's done. This idea started in 2007, my first year in the Senate. And I remember I had breakfast with Lamar Alexander, and there's kind of 2 ways we got to this. And I remember talking a lot about the auto industry with him, because there's, unfortunately, a lot of the auto industry has moved from from Ohio to Tennessee. I don't blame Tennessee. Lamar is part of the reason for that, is a very effective governor in those days. That's a whole other issue. But also, Lamar is, on education issues, there really is nobody in the Senate with the long time experience and knowledge and leadership of Lamar Alexander. But before I introduce Lamar, a couple of things I wanted to mention about this group. This is the 8th one of these. I had a series of roundtables when I first went to the Senate. I've continued them. And I realized my first year in the Senate that college presidents don't know one another. You know, the community college people will know the other community college people, and you'll know the people in your region of the state. But you don't necessarily know the people in other regions who don't sort of have the kind of school that each of you presides over. So we just thought. So my second year, we began these programs, this college presidents conference, and we've always had 40, 50 people here, and I so appreciate those of you that have come a number of times. And it really is, we bring 10 people together ahead of time to talk about, a host committee to talk about the agenda. Let me just introduce them and thank them publicly. If they'd each stand. Cynthia Jackson Hammond from Central State, if you'd stand. Just remain standing so people can see who. David King from Malone was with us last night. Marvin Krisloff from Overland. Marvin is in the back. Jim Reynolds from Wilmington, whom I first met before he was president. Beverly Warren of Kent State, who is pretty new to that institution still. Christine Wine from Mount Carmel College of Nursing. Christine. Jerome Webster from Terra Community College in Fremont. Joe Alice Blondin from Clark State in Springfield. By the way, a few days ago, my wife and I got to see one of Springfield's best-known citizen, John Legend, play with Paul McCartney and Stevie Wonder and Ringo Starr, and it was pretty cool. So anyway, but you get some credit for that maybe. And then also Michael Drake and David Hodge. David's here. Is on our host committee, and Michael Drake, who had to go back to Columbus, is from Ohio State. He was on our host committee. But thank you, the 8 or 9 or 10 of you, very much for doing this. Before bringing Lamar up, I want to tell a story that isn't directly related to this, and I know Lamar knows the people I'm talking about in the story. John, I was lucky enough to just a month ago co-lead a delegation of 90 members of the House and Senate to Selma, Montgomery, and Birmingham in celebration of the 50th anniversary of Bloody Sunday. Tim Scott, African-American Republican from South Carolina, and I were the 2 leaders of the delegation. Mostly House members, about a dozen senators, both parties. And I want to tell one story about it. John Lewis was, even though Tim and I led the delegation, John Lewis really leads everything when he's in the group. And John, as you know, is a 20, almost 30-year member of Congress from Atlanta. He spoke at the March on Washington, the youngest person to do that. He was in his early 20s, and he was beaten up more than anybody in the civil rights movement. And here's the story I wanted to tell about him that just tells you both how far we've come and what we still need to do. John first sort of burst onto the scene as one of the dozen freedom riders. 6 African American, 6 white young men and women bought tickets from Washington, either Trailways or Greyhound from Washington to New Orleans, to challenge segregation. And in those days, when a bus crossed the Mason-Dixon line, the bus stopped, people got out, whites went to the front, African Americans went to the back. That was just tradition, what happened when they crossed the Mason-Dixon line. Well, John and these other dozen or so, I don't know exact number, roughly 6 of each, riding south, went through Virginia, North Carolina. They went to a place called Rock Hill, South Carolina. John on the bus is sitting next to a young white man John is African American, a young white man from Connecticut. And they get off the bus. John heads towards the whites only waiting room, and the young white man headed towards the colored only waiting room. And the mob descended on them. John got hit in the head and knocked out with a wooden apple crate, a fruit crate of some kind, hit over the head and knocked out. And that was 1961. John was 21 years old. 2009, John tells this story. He was in his office in Washington, and an older man in his 70s came into the office with his son and asked to see John. He sat down with John. He said, "Mr. Congressman Lewis, I used to be a member of the Ku Klux Klan. I'm the one that hit you with the apple crate. And I wanted to say I'm sorry and ask your forgiveness." And John said, "I forgive you," and they have been friends of sorts since. And it just, there's nobody that I've been around that sort of lifted the human spirit the way John Lewis does. And I know Lamar is friends with him and has seen, Lamar has been on the edge in many areas in issues like that matter to so many of people in this country. A lot of governors in this country have over the years called themselves the education governor. That's kind of what governors do when they run and then when they get elected. Well, Lamar actually was the education governor when he was in Tennessee. He has also been cabinet secretary under President Bush, Secretary of Education under President Bush the first. He also has been a leader in the Senate and now is chairman of Health, Education, Labor, Pension Committee. Lamar has just shepherded through his committee the reauthorization of the Elementary and Secondary Education Act. We're hopeful that he can continue that bipartisan work in a committee that has been, for all kinds of health, education, labor differences on the Health Committee, has been had a pretty good history of bipartisanship going back really to Ted Kennedy's days and now under the leadership of Lamar Alexander. So before I bring Lamar up, I apologize. We have markup today, which is going to last pretty much the whole day. On the Trade Promotion Authority fast track on trade issues in the Finance Committee. I will not spend quite as much time with you this year as I have in past years, but I will see you again during the day for sure. But it's my honor to introduce my friend Lamar Alexander. Lamar.
As a loyal Republican, I could say if Sherrod misses some of those votes, that would be okay. I'm delighted. I appreciate what Sherrod does here, and the idea of his bringing together the college presidents. I think is a terrific idea. I compliment him for it, and when he invites me, I try to come. He's a very active and good member of the United States Senate, and I enjoy working with him. I was thinking of the story he told about John Lewis when I was running for president. I was talking at Coe College in Iowa and telling a story of a friend of Alex Haley, who was a friend of mine, and how he had done his research on Roots, the book, and he could not figure out what had happened to his seventh-generation grandfather, Kunta Kinte, who had come over on a slave ship to Annapolis, and after he told the story, a faculty member stood up in the back and said, "Mr. Haley, apparently my seventh-generation grandfather bought your seventh-generation grandfather," and from that, Alex was able to put together the whole series that became Roots. I was also a university president one time, University of Tennessee. We keep trying to have a bigger stadium than Ohio State, but we don't ever succeed. And I know something about your job. For example, on my first day there, when I was very enthusiastic, a faculty member walked up and said, "Oh, Mr. Alexander," said, "you seem so enthusiastic. You remind me of Clark Kerr." And I said, "Well, that's a nice compliment." Of course, Clark Kerr was the distinguished president of the University of California. I said, "How is that?" And she said, "He arrived and left the same way, fired with enthusiasm." So being a college president is not an easy job. What I'd like to do is to take 6 or 7 minutes and tell you something that we're trying to do and then leave time for questions, and then I'll go on because Sherrod has his markup, I have things to do. The committee that I'm chair of is really the Senate's Education Committee. It has about a quarter of the senators there, and they range in the whole diversity. We have Elizabeth Warren, Bernie Sanders, Rand Paul, Tim Scott. So we work on the whole spectrum. And last week, working with Patty Murray, the Democratic ranking member of the Senate, we reported a legislation to fix No Child Left Behind, which should be of interest to you, even though it's elementary and secondary education. We've been stuck on that for 7 years, and the vote was unanimous. So it's a good sign that the committee can work together on that, and I hope on the Higher Education Act, which is our next big priority. And I have two things I'd like to mention to you about the Higher Education Act, and then take your questions, and it gives me a chance to talk with Sherrod a little bit about it too. The way Patty and I approach the bill is we try to do it in a bipartisan way. In other words, we'll come up with a bipartisan starting point, and then the committee will go forward. That was her suggestion, and that's the way we were able to succeed on elementary and secondary action. We have a head start on elementary and on the Higher Education Act in two respects. One is something which is called the FAST Act, which Senator Michael Bennet and I and four other senators, Democratic and Republican, introduced last year. Now, you all know about this. Most of your students do this online. It's 108 questions. Testimony we had in our committee was it could be two. What's your income, and what's the size of your family? President Obama has endorsed the idea of taking it to a lower number. Bennett and I would like to take it to 2 questions. That may be too ambitious, but the president in his budget suggested 30 or 40 questions could come off. We have 20 million Americans fill this out every year. It takes a lot of time. It discourages a lot of people from going to college. President of the community college in Memphis told me he thinks he loses 1,500 students a semester because of the complexity of the student aid application form. So Senator Bennet and I and a group of other senators have introduced legislation that would change that. We would do some other things, too, that would make a difference in how things work at your colleges and universities. Second thing we do, you could fill this out in your junior year instead of your senior year. If you do this after you've been admitted or in your senior year, you're usually asked to provide information about your tax return before you filed your tax return. So it's a big mess and a lot of wasted time by people in your offices and by students and by families. We'd like to streamline the federal grant program by combining 2 federal grant programs into 1 Pell Grant program, reducing the 6 federal loan programs into 3, 1 undergraduate loan program, 1 graduate loan program, and 1 parent loan program. We would like to restore the year-round Pell Grant so that students can move at their own pace. We'd like to discourage overborrowing and give you more authority to help us do that. We'd like to simplify the repayment options. There are 9 of them. There really only need to be 2. All those are pretty common sense things. And so when I say we have a head start, we have a head start on a bipartisan process because we have 6 senators who've introduced that, 3 Republicans and 3 Democrats. We have one other thing I'd like to call to your attention, and haven't had a chance to visit with Sherrod about it, but he could make a difference in it, and the fact he's called you together indicates he understands the problem. I had a letter earlier this week from someone I didn't know. Dear Senator Alexander, it's from a president from the university, president of a college in Missouri. It's handwritten. It said, I've been in higher education administration for over 40 years, the last 20 as a university president. I've never experienced the amount of regulatory pressure that our institution currently faces. 2 years ago, 4 of us, Senator Mikulski and Bennett, Democrat, Senator Burr and I, Republican, asked a distinguished group of people like you, college presidents, across the board, not to give us a sermon, but to give us specific recommendations for how we could reduce the complexity of federal oversight of our 6,000 plus colleges and universities. It was headed by the Chancellor of the University of Maryland, the Chancellor of Vanderbilt. They came back with a report earlier this year. It's really very good. It's 59 recommendations, very specific, almost all of them not ideological things, just common sense things, like, why don't you ask us information about our junior year in high school instead of our senior year in high school so we can actually provide it to you. They gave us a top 10 list, and they described what was going on in the federal regulation of colleges and universities as a jungle of red tape. The four of us, the senators, are going to introduce legislation to implement most of these, and that'll be a part of our Higher Education Act. Just to give you an example of the kind of things, Vanderbilt hired the Boston Consulting Group to tell it how much it costs Vanderbilt in 2014 to comply with federal rules and regulations. The answer was $150 million. $150 million for Vanderbilt University to comply with federal rules and regulations according to the Boston Consulting Group. Now that's of its non-hospital costs. That adds $11,000 per student to the tuition at Vanderbilt. Another example comes from the National Academy of Sciences, which says that 42% of an investigator's time on a federally sponsored research grant is spent on administrative matters. Based on the Vanderbilt study, that means about 25% of the money. Vanderbilt gets probably $500 million on federal research grants, so that's $125 million that is spent on administration. We hear a lot about needing more money for more research. We could get some more money by reducing the unnecessary overhead in federal regulations. So what my request to you, and this is a very useful opportunity, is to say to Sherrod and to Rob Portman what you think about this. It's pretty typical for Republicans to get up and complain about regulations. That's sort of our stock in trade. But when you have a Democratic senator like Sherrod or Senator Mikulski from Maryland or Senator Bennett from Colorado who says this is really a serious problem, we ought to do something about it. This isn't ideological. This is a matter of taking money that ought to be spent on educating students instead of filling out forms, or time that ought to be spent on going to college instead of filling out forms, or we're discouraging people, the very people that we'd like to take advantage of our student aid by making it so complex to apply for it and to pay it back. Your voice to Senator Brown, to Senator Portman, would be very important in helping us get a bipartisan bill through later this year. Finally, our schedule is that when we get through a No Child Left Behind, which I hope is within a couple of months, we'll turn our attention to reauthorizing the Higher Education Act. I'll be working with Senator Murray again in the same way we did on the Elementary and Secondary Education Act. I would hope we could complete it by the end of the year. And we'll start with the FAST Act. We'll start with the report I just mentioned, but we're looking for your advice on accreditation, for example, and any other issues you have. And if you'd like to tell Sherrod or Rob what your thoughts are, tell me. Or Bob Moran is right here. Bob, you'll raise your hand. Bob is the head guy on our staff dealing with the Higher Education Reauthorization Act. We'd welcome your suggestions. So thanks for letting me come by, and I'd be glad to take a few minutes and see if you have any questions or comments. Or Sherrod, did I say anything offensive that would? Yes, sir.
Hi, I'm Marvin Griswold from Oberlin, and I know that a lot of us are interested in Congress's progress on immigration-related matters, and I'm just wondering what your perspective is on that.
On immigration-related matters? Yeah. Well, my perspective is that we should pass an immigration bill and fix the problem. I voted for it in the last session. It's our responsibility. Nobody else can do it. Is there a particular part of the immigration bill that's a problem?
I mean, we're particularly interested in young people who are living here, and giving them opportunities to go to college, so some of us are doing financial aid on our own dime.
Mm-hmm.
We're hamstrung by the fact that the federal government isn't going to be supportive of these.
You're talking about the students who don't qualify for federal aid. Well, there's strong support for that. The way the Senate works, if you bring up higher education or bring up immigration, then everything is relevant to the bill, just like the Elementary and Secondary Education Act. So if we bring up, say, the DREAM Act for immigration, then everything about immigration is relevant to the bill, and that makes it hard to pass. So Comprehensive is really not the best way to do a big, complicated piece of health care or immigration or other legislation. But if you have a Senate that operates properly, you take the position that, well, if Sherrod's got an amendment, Lamar's got an amendment, that we ought to have a chance to offer our amendment if it's related to the bill. So if the DREAM Act comes up, then so does every other thing about immigration, and that's one reason it's been a little slow. But I think we should fix it. I voted to fix it, and I'll vote again to fix it. Anyone else? Yes, sir.
Sir, financial aid reform is critically important.
Mm-hmm.
What is the probability that it will happen, or it will happen on a timeline that will benefit our students?
Pretty good. I'd say we hope to finish, certainly in this Congress, and it's the second priority of our committee. If we're able to get through the Elementary and Secondary Act by June or July, this goes right to the front. I've talked to Arnie Duncan and the president about it. They think, in Arnie's words, this will be a walk in the park compared to elementary and secondary education. It won't be that easy, but end of the year, early next year would be the time. We took some very important steps 2 years ago on student aid. We took we put on the floating rate, so that took it out of politics. That part of it. We simplified it to some degree, and the effect of that at the time was to cut the interest rate for undergraduate students about in half. So we did about half the job on student aid 2 years ago, and we can finish the job this time. I'd say the odds are good, and the timing should be end of the year, early next year. Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Is there any traction around the idea of making community college really free for everybody? I know it was the president's idea. Is that just?
In Tennessee, there is.
I know that. That's why I'm asking.
Well, so yeah, the answer is yes, but that's the way to do it. I disagree with it. I went with the president to Knoxville. He went down to compliment Governor Haslam about it. The way to do it is for the states to do it. And Governor Haslam, our governor, figured that out. I mean, the average. Let me get my figures right here. For low-income students who qualify for a Pell Grant, the Pell Grant pays the total cost of going to community college in California, Texas, and Florida, for example, and most of the cost in every state. So for students who need the help, the low-income students, the Pell Grant always covers it. Already covers it. The typical community college, the average community college tuition is about $3,700. Is that about right, Bob? So I don't know what it is in Ohio, but a little higher. But it's about $3,700 nationally, and what I would suggest is that the federal dollars. See, if we simplify this form, the estimates are that up to 2 million more students may go to college. If we provide the opportunity for a year-round Pell Grant, that costs a lot of money. If other states do what Tennessee has done, which said community college is free, even more people will go to community college. So I think the federal role is to have enough money to pay for all these new Pell Grants, including the year-round Pell Grant, and let the states go ahead and expand the opportunity to go to community college. The reason, I just read a report yesterday about the effect of Medicaid on higher education. And, people are always talking about states not supporting higher education anymore and wringing their hands. There's a reason for that. It's because Medicaid is soaking up all the money. And if you're a state institution, you should point that out to your senators and to your governor and to other people like that. When I was governor of Tennessee, Medicaid was 8% of our state budget. And we paid 70% of the cost of going to the University of Tennessee or going to the community college. Today, Medicaid is 31% of our state budget. And where do you think the money comes from? It comes from higher education, which means higher tuition. So the higher tuitions at the Ohio State University, the University of Tennessee, are the result of federal Medicaid mandates driving up the cost of Medicaid for states so that governors and legislatures can't allocate the money the way they normally would be expected to do it. And we can't deal with that in the Higher Education Act, but we could, as a Congress, give states more flexibility to make decisions, and that would help some. Well, Thank you very much for allowing me to come today, and I congratulate Sherrod again for this initiative he has, and I invite you, if you have specific suggestions for me or for Bob Moran, if you'll give them to Sherrod or give them to Rob Portman or give them to me, we'd welcome them. Thank you very much. My son went to Kenya. That's in Ohio, but I didn't see the Kenyan president here.
Thank you, Senator. It's my privilege to introduce our next speaker. Jeff Selingo is a best-selling author and award-winning columnist who helps parents and higher education leaders imagine the college and university of the future. I might go off script here for just a second and say, thank you, Jeff. We need all the help we can get imagining the future of higher education. His book, College Unbound, The Future of Higher Education and What It Means for Students, was a New York Times best-selling education book in 2013. His latest book, MOOC U, Who is Getting the Most Out of Online Education and Why, was published in September, and he is working on his next book about the post-college job market due out in 2016. Selingo is a regular contributor to the Chronicle of Higher Education and the Washington Post, and a professor of practice at Arizona State University. He is the former top editor of the Chronicle, where he worked for 16 years in a variety of reporting and editing roles. His writing has also appeared in the New York Times, the Wall Street Journal, and Slate. And he has been a contributor on regional and national radio and television programs, including NPR, ABC, and CBS. Selingo received a bachelor's degree in journalism from Ithaca College and a master's degree in government from the Johns Hopkins University. Mr. Selingo, welcome, and thank you for being with us today.
So it's good to see many of you today. I know I've seen some of you on your campuses in recent months or in the last couple of years. I want to. I'm probably going to take maybe about 10, 12, 15 minutes to speak, and then want to open it up to questions and discussions. And what I know the theme of your discussions here are around college affordability and access to college, particularly for first-generation students. You're going to hear a lot about from the policymaking community here in DC, and particularly here on Capitol Hill. I want to go back a little bit and go up to maybe the 50,000-foot level and talk a little bit about what I see as some of the major hurdles to college affordability today and to access to college and to graduation, to be honest with you, for first-generation students, and particularly around the outcomes piece of this. As was mentioned in the introduction, I'm working on my next book, which will be published by HarperCollins next spring, title yet unknown, something we're discussing, so if you have any ideas, let me know. But I've really been spending the last 6 to 8 months with employers and with recent college graduates to talk to them about their pathways to and through college and how many of them are struggling to launch in today's job market, and who's to blame for that, right? Is it the economy? Is it their undergraduate education? Is it employers who claim they know what they want, but they really don't? So I find it fascinating, focused on the outcomes of higher education right now, and in some ways, I think that's the hurdle to college affordability and access for first-generation students in particular. So I want to focus on that today. And in fact, as I've been hearing from employers, and I've spent time with everybody from Facebook to Enterprise. Rent-A-Car, as many of you know in this room, Enterprise Rent-A-Car hires more college graduates every year than any other major employer in the U.S. And one of the things that I'm finding is that we all have, I think, overstated our expectations for what we want the bachelor's degree to perform today. So think about it. 40 or 50 years ago, when fewer people needed a bachelor's degree in this country to succeed, at least economically, we used to go to college to get a broad education. And we would get a broad education, we would come out of college, and we would go either into the workforce, where they would train you as an employee because you were probably going to stay there for the rest of your life, or you would go on to graduate school or professional school, where you would get trained in a specific field and then come out and move into the workforce. What's happening today is that those two things are happening in tandem. In the undergraduate years, we expect both the practical arts and the liberal arts to happen at the same time, which is why I think, and probably this is happening on most of your campuses, there is so much tension between the practical arts and the liberal arts. But that's not all that's happening, because on top of those 4 years of the undergraduate experience, those 120 credits we think is so special, we're adding a lot of other things, right? So we're adding experiential learning, right? We expect students to have multiple internships or multiple undergraduate research experiences, to have study abroad or to have work experience, right? We expect them, by the way, to also finish in 4 years, right? There's much more pressure on students, both from the state lawmakers and from federal lawmakers, to finish that in 4 years, and of course from parents who are largely paying the bill in some cases. And then, of course, we have many more students now coming to college who are not necessarily college ready and are having to take remedial courses. We have stuffed this 4-year experience with all of these expectations from students, from parents, from faculty members, from your boards, and from employers, to a point that I think we now need to rethink what we want the bachelor's degree experience to be in this country. One of the things that's interesting to me is that we have been trying to push everyone through this very similar pathway through college, either a 2-year degree and largely a 4-year degree. If you think about it in this country, when you graduate from high school these days, you could stay at home, and that's not most parents don't want that to happen. You could go to the military, which is a declining option for most students. You could get a job, and not a very good one, without a college education, or you could go to college, which is why we have so many people ending up at institutions 3 months after high school graduation, even if they're not ready. 400,000 of them dropping out of college every year, particularly in that first year. They leave with some college credit and no degree. And as many of you know, we have more people in this country with some credit and no degree than we have people with college degrees. And what's really worrisome to me, if you look at the recent figures from the National Student Clearinghouse, is that those folks with some credit and no degree there's a large chunk of them, in fact, the largest chunk of them are in their 20s. Right? And I am meeting many of these students as I've been reporting this book over the last couple of months. And one of the things that I'm finding is that many of them were not ready for college at 18. Now, I don't agree with this don't go to college movement that seems to get popular, especially around this time of year when students are graduating and are graduating with debt and not necessarily a job. And so everybody says, well, is college worth it? Yes, college is worth it. But the question to me, is college worth it necessarily for everyone at the age of 18? And does everyone need to take that same path to college? And so what I'm really fascinated with and what I'm planning on focusing on in this next book are different pathways to and through college. We're seeing a big focus, for example, on gap year programs. There's Wes Moore, who's an author in Baltimore, has just started a new gap year program, what he calls Gap Year for All, for students in Baltimore, where they're getting not only a academic experience, but they're also doing some career exploration, all for just a couple of $1,000s a year. But we need more of these programs, and we need to scale them at a much larger rate. And in many ways, I think that this would make college in some ways more affordable for students who then get to campus eventually, knowing what they want to do, and perhaps even coming with some credit from those gap year experiences. If you think about, one of the most popular gap year experiences, AmeriCorps, right? Twice as many students applying for twice as many people applying for AmeriCorps spots than there are AmeriCorps spots, right? We need much bigger programs at much bigger scale in terms of rethinking this pathway to the bachelor's degree. It's not only that pathway to the bachelor's degree, but then it's the pathway after the bachelor's degree. And this is the second kind of trend that I'm seeing right now. And this is the focus on how do we train people for jobs that are constantly evolving, right? Just think about it, right? I have a 5-year-old and a 3-year-old at home. I'm somewhat worried about how I'm going to pay for college for them, but I'm most worried about how they're going to receive education for life, right? Because we know that the amount of knowledge in the world is increasing at a rapid rate. It's changing, ever evolving. Careers are coming and going. Jobs are coming and going. Yet we think of college in our lifetime, right? When I talk to other new parents, right, they're all talking about saving for college. But their vision of higher education is what we have today, and what we've had essentially since the modern era of higher education, post-World War II, right? That's one physical place, right? It's always a physical place, a physical campus, that we go to usually at one time in our lives at the age of 18. Even though most of the kids born today, or a third of kids born today, might see their 100th birthday, and they're gonna have not only one or two careers, but multiple careers over a much longer period of time that they're going to be working. But yet we still think of college as this one physical place we go to at one time in our life. And, by the way, after we find out someone's going to college, what's the second question we ask them? What are you gonna major in, right? At the age of 18, we ask them to pick that career for life, which is one reason why I'm kind of fascinated by work, and I encourage you to look at it, that Stanford University put out last year. It was called the Stanford 2025 Plan. So they asked, Stanford administrators asked their design school, as you probably know, Stanford has a world-famous design school, and they asked those students, undergraduates, graduate students, faculty members, and community members, to rethink what Stanford education would look like, Stanford undergraduate education would look like in the year 2025. Now, last July, they came out with 4 provocations, and I'm not gonna go through all of them. You can look on their site, Stanford 2025, but there's one in particular that fascinated me, and it was this idea of what they called the open loop university. And their vision of higher education, or Stanford undergraduate education in the year 2025, that when you apply to Stanford, instead of getting accepted to 4 years of undergraduate education, you get accepted to 6 years of undergraduate education that you can use, and this is the key, any time throughout your life. So you could loop in and take the traditional 4-year college experience. You could loop in and loop back out after 2 years, go to work for a Silicon Valley startup, and when that failed, a couple of years later, you could come back, right, and finish up your undergraduate career. And even when you finish that undergraduate career, you still had 2 years of education left, and that you could use in your 30s, your 40s, or whenever you needed it. And one of the things that I'm finding, particularly as I report this this next book, is that, and I wrote about this in the Washington Post last week when George Washington University announced that they were making cutbacks in their in faculty and staff, mainly because their graduate offerings are declining. Their graduate enrollment is declining. And one of the reasons I think for that is that we're now seeing a bunch of new providers in higher education that are looking at this idea of just-in-time education, right? So when most people think of new providers in higher ed, they think of the for-profit industry and the for-profit institutions that normally have offered, what you would think of as, the degrees that many of you in this room offer, whether it's bachelor's or master's degrees. But the biggest growth I'm seeing right now, particularly among the venture capitalists who are putting a lot of money into higher ed, is really around this idea of just-in-time education. How many of you have heard of General Assembly? Okay, so General Assembly, and it's not the state legislature in Columbus, but it's a startup now about 3 or 4 years old, started by 3 Penn Wharton graduates. They have served over 100,000 students in their various programs, 100,000 students. They're in more than a dozen cities now around the world, mostly here in the US. They opened up in DC last year. They have a campus down across the street from the Washington Post on 15th Street. And so last year I was kind of fascinated by this model, and I went down there, and they offer courses that last anywhere from a couple of hours to 11 weeks and cost anywhere from $50 to $11,000. And those longer courses, 11 weeks, $11,000, are mostly around coding. And other kind of practical skills, whether it's computer coding or project management or design thinking. But as I looked around the room, I was kind of interested in the demographics of the group, right? Largely in their 20s, and their average age is 26. of their student, and 99% of them, 99% have a bachelor's degree. So these are your students who are recent college graduates, who may not have received those practical skills they necessarily needed in college, who are now spending more money with a startup. And many of them said, if I could have access to this through my institution, whether they're offering it or they approve of somebody offering it, I would really enjoy that. And so what I think is needed as we kind of think about college, and particularly the bachelor's degree in the future, is this idea of university for life. Because my kids, particularly by the time they get ready for college, this idea of a 4-year experience at the age of 18, between 18 and 22, I think will be really in many ways thought about as a lifelong experience where they can dip in and they'll get the foundational experience of the bachelor's degree. But instead of going for your traditional master's degrees or your traditional certificates, they're going to need much more shorter spurts of education throughout their lifetime, whether it's in their 20s, 30s, 40s, or 50s. I want to talk about 2 other things and then open it for questions in terms of the hurdles that I see as we try to change the conversation around college affordability and access to college. And the 4th one is something that I don't need to tell you since you're from Ohio, and that's demographics. I think you all know kind of where the high school graduates are going for the next 10 or 20 years. We know all the projections in the different states. I'm from Pennsylvania. My home state looks very much like your home state in terms of high school graduates over the next 10 or 20 years. But one thing that really frightens me as we talk about access to college, particularly for low-income and first-generation students, is really the makeup of those students from a financial perspective. So last year, the Chronicle of Higher Education did this fascinating look at demographics, and it's still on their website, and so I strongly encourage you to look at it. But there was one finding from this look. They looked at county-level data on students, and they looked at 4-year-olds. So these would be essentially the students who are my oldest daughter's age. And they also looked at 50 and 60-year-olds, essentially the older generation. And they looked at all the counties in the U.S. who have more 4- and 5-year-olds than they have 60- and 70-year-olds. And out of that, there were about 450 counties that had more younger people than older people, 450 counties across the U.S. And 350 of them, all but 100 of those counties, had lower median incomes than the national average. Lower median incomes than the national average. That's your future, right? Those are the future students coming to your campus. When I sometimes give presentations to colleges, I show kind of how much it takes the average family now to pay for college tuition, which is eating up, as you know, a larger and larger share of the family's paycheck. Colleges, I think, share some of that blame for increased tuition prices, but the bigger story here, as we know, is the decline in the middle income in the U.S. And I think that this kind of growing divide, which is a big topic of conversation, particularly here in Washington, and I think will be a big conversation on the campaign trail for president next year, is something that I think higher education needs to actively watch and participate in, because your futures of your institutions really depend on where this conversation goes, because you are going to have just a larger and larger share of students who are unable to pay for your education. Of course, and they're going to be coming to many of your institutions. I'm sure some of you saw the Moody's report last week that showed the divide between institutional wealth, and it found that among the 40 wealthiest institutions tracked by Moody's have two-thirds of the wealth in higher education. 2/3 of the wealth, and we all know who those institutions are. They're not necessarily the institutions that are serving this surge and this coming surge of low-income students. And finally, I want to talk about, and this is going to be a big focus of the next book, is the outputs measures. And you probably heard, you're going to hear, I would imagine, some of this in your time here in Washington around the president's efforts to look at not only the cost of college, but the outputs of college in terms of his efforts to give families more consumer-oriented information. The fact of the matter is whether the Obama administration does that or not, and I think it's probably a declining option for them because there's a lot of other things going on at the education department these days. This debate over value in higher education is not going to change because the amount of data now that's being collected about student outcomes, and particularly focused on outcomes around income and in employability. And we all know that going to college is more about than just getting a good job and money. But we need to figure out how to measure better, I think, what you're doing. If they don't do it, someone else is going to do it anyway, and we're already seeing that, right? We're seeing efforts in some of the states to track the unemployment insurance records of students so that we know how much they're making and where they graduated from college. Pay Scale comes out with their efforts. I was out LinkedIn a couple of weeks ago and spent a day with their higher education and careers team. And as you know, they've kind of gotten into their college rankings business in the last couple of months. They are particularly looking at how they can use their data on 300 million members around the world about where they went to college and what they're doing, right? And think about it. People tell LinkedIn that they switched a job probably before they tell your alumni office, right? So they have in some ways better data than any of you have. And if they can start aggregating that in the way that they're thinking, in a couple of years, they'll be able to tell you, they'll be able to reverse engineer careers in a way that will tell 18-year-olds and 15-year-olds and their parents how somebody got to be where they are. If you want to know, if you want to be a chief marketing officer at a large Fortune 500 company, here are the 50 colleges and universities in this country that most of those people went to. Now, in some ways, I think this could be very liberating, right? Because it will not be based on the old inputs measures of U.S. News and World Report, but in many other ways, it could be a little scary, I think, for your institutions, especially if we focus too much of this effort on the outcomes of higher education and focus too much of it on just employability in that job, and particularly in those first years after college. I appreciate your time today. I'm happy to join you, and I think we have a few minutes before Senator Murray comes to take a few questions. Thank you. Questions? Yes. So I think a lot has been made in recent weeks about the closing of Sweetbriar University, and is that going to be just the coming? I think there is going to be a number of colleges, and I don't think it's going to be hundreds, as Clay Christensen predicts. I think there will be more closures. I actually see a future where there's going to be more mergers, but more so a future of deep alliances. So I see a future, for example, as it was mentioned in my bio, I'm a professor of practice right now at Arizona State University, which is part of this University Innovation Alliance of 11, big public universities. I see many more deeper alliances like that, and what you're probably saying, well, we're already part of alliances, right? But these are much deeper academic alliances, right? Right. Well, those are all big universities, but I see, we have, the Associated Universities of the South. Many of you are part of, a consortium where maybe you share knowledge, maybe you share some back office operations. But where I see the potential, and this is where I think the University Innovation Alliance could eventually go, those universities are not necessarily facing a threat tomorrow, but of deeper academic alliances where you're sharing many more courses, faculty, and other pieces of the academic side rather than the non-academic side, which has, I think, really been the focus of most of the consortium history of higher education. That, to me, is a precursor to a merger and a precursor to a closure. I don't think we're going to go straight to a closure, primarily because of what you see happening now at Sweetbriar, although I don't think they're going to be successful at all, is this idea that that's when the alumni and everybody else comes out of the woodwork to try to save the college or university. It's very difficult, whether on the public side or the private side, to put a college out of business. Yes, over here.
The way the economy is going and what
Well, I think they're going to have to come up with different models. And I will actually push back a little bit on the diversity of the American higher education system, which I've heard for so long, right? Especially in my time at the Chronicle. I've spent a little too much time out of Washington the last 2 years traveling around, both for talking about the book and reporting this next book, and spent a lot of time on college campuses as a result. And I don't think they're as diverse as we seem to think they are, right? Yes, we have 2-year institutions, we have 4-year institutions, urban serving universities, and universities in the middle of, and colleges in the middle of nowhere. But at the end of the day, they all follow a very similar model, right? They 14, 15-week semesters, 60 credit hours to an associate's degree, 120 credit hours to a bachelor's degree, very focused on time spent in a seat, an academic year calendar that is very similar at many places. So I don't think it's as diverse as we tend to think it is, right? They're very different institutions, very different types and sizes of institutions that serve different types of students, but we tend to put, in my mind, students all through that same funnel. And for the fact of the matter is that most institutions, there's just not enough of those students to go around anymore for most students to serve that model. And so to me, the ones that are going to survive and thrive in the future are ones that think about different models, whether it's competency-based education, whether it's low residency options where students are spending much more time in the workforce or in co-ops, whether it's trying to come up with this idea of a project-based bachelor's degree, which I know Arizona State got a First in the World grant to try to pilot that this fall, where there's no courses at all. It's all project-based bachelor's degree. So I think that there needs to be kind of new models and new ideas like that, because I don't think those institutions that essentially try to copy what everyone else are going to do are doing are going to survive in the future. Yeah, Santa. Yep. Yep.
Same thing, the 6-year continuous model is intriguing. It'll only work if the employers buy into that. They have to move away from how things are credentialed right now. And because we can innovate, or the network can innovate, but if the Fortune 500 companies aren't willing to employ individuals intermittently,
Right.
or a traditional credential won't work.
I agree with you. I think employers are key in this equation, and I think it's going to move very slowly. So that's why I don't believe this idea that bachelor's degrees are going away anytime soon. But I was just at a Wharton People Analytics conference last year, and if you're not familiar with People Analytics, The Atlantic did this great piece a December, 2 Decembers ago, around how companies now are hiring, led by the Googles of the world.
I'm not saying it won't work. I'm saying that, that did happen. We were able to, a lot of work and money, to convince these employers to take kids during their college education and to employ and pay them. It could have been a failure, but all I'm saying is that there needs to be, in addition to the network, there needs to be early on conversation with the Fortune 500 to say, we're going to do this.
Well, in a co-op model, it works in a place like Cincinnati, right? Because you have the big employers there. Right? It doesn't work as well in a more rural area or in smaller cities. But I think the key here is that employers are starting to change, led by the big employers. And there's a great book out by Laszlo Block that just came out last week, who is the head of people operations at Google. Now, of course, there are certain companies that hire in a certain way, and it's going to take a lot of other companies forever to catch up to them. But this idea of looking at other signals beyond the bachelor's degree, what are the ways that people are succeeding at our company, and why are they doing that, I think is key. Right. Okay, let's talk. Yeah, one more question, and you had your hand up. I think it's critical. I mean, one of the ideas that I like about Obama's community college plan is this idea of rethinking. At the beginning of the 20th century, we kind of moved into this high school for all model, and now I think we need to rethink. Is really 13 years of education enough in a day and age when the economy is changing at a different way? And one thing I like about it is that having kind of a 2-year education kind of as the basis after high school, I think is going to be critical. And it's also a way, in my mind, to not necessarily push everybody toward this idea of the four-year degree. There's way too much focus, even when I've spent a lot of time in high schools recently, there's just too much focus on the pathway for everyone is to a four-year college 3 months after high school graduation. It is, and it's a pathway that just doesn't work for everyone. It doesn't mean that people don't need to go to college, but it's that four-year traditional residential campus experience just doesn't work for everyone, and it's really being pushed. I think the biggest issue that I have are with high school guidance counselors and others who really push that as kind of the one pathway for everybody. Thank you for your time today, and enjoy your time in Washington. Thanks.
Is it blocking the Folks, Senator Murray is going to be here in just a few minutes. If you could stay in the area, and we'll introduce her in just a few minutes when she gets here. Thank you.
Yeah, it'd be ideal if it were like back there, because. Yeah. Yeah, spread the back leg back a little more. There we go. There you go. I think that front leg needs to be forward. Here, I'll hold it for you. Here, we'll switch. Except, watch my camera. Gotcha. We can try it.
Senator Murray is en route, so if people could take their seats, I think we're preparing for her arrival. It's like the first day of class. You want to all be seated and have your books out and smiling. She'll be here in just a minute. And I need Dr. Jackson Hamlin's glasses. Hi there. Good morning. I'm Joe Blond, and I'm president at Clark State Community College, and I am truly honored to introduce Senator Patty Murray of Washington State. She is the senior senator from Washington State, and she has spent more than 20 years in the U.S. Senate. She's the first female senator from Washington State, and she is also the first female chair of the Senate Veterans Affairs Committee and the first female chair of the Senate Budget Committee. She is currently the ranking member of the Senate Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions Committee. And on a personal note, Washington State is a leader in workforce training and has a fabulous community college system. Senator Patty Murray.
Well, good morning, Dr. Blondin. Thank you for that kind introduction. And yes, we do have a fabulous community college system, of which before I was a senator, I was an instructor in our preschool program at a community college, so I'm a huge champion of those. And preschool teaching is a great background for what I do here, so learned it all in a community college. I want to thank Senator Brown for his focus on expanding opportunities for more students so that more students can pursue a higher education. He has been fighting very hard here to make student loans more affordable. And I believe, and I think he'd agree, that strengthening our education system is absolutely critical to growing our economy from the middle out, not from the top down. So I was really pleased to be here today at his invitation and to talk with all of you about some really critical topics. What you are focused on today is really important. It hits close to home for me. You see, when I was young, a family of 6 brothers and sisters myself, my dad was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis, and in a few short years, he couldn't work any longer. And without warning, all of a sudden, our family had fallen on very hard times. But we didn't fall through the cracks. My 6 brothers and sisters and I all got a good education at our public school system. We all went on to college and graduated with the help of what we now call Pell Grants and work study and other federal programs to help us out. And importantly, my mom got the skills she needed to get a better paying job through a training program at Lake Washington Vocational School. So my family, through all those hard times, never lost hope that with hard work we'd be able to find our footing. So that personal story has really inspired me throughout my career to help shape my views on what our country can and should be doing to help more students earn a degree and gain a foothold in the middle class. Making college more affordable and expanding access to higher education is important for our students. No one disagrees with that. But it's also an economic imperative. And we know that a highly educated workforce is good for our country. It strengthens our middle class and it strengthens our workforce so we can compete in a global economy. Now, as many of you know, and I think Senator Alexander was here earlier today, he and I have spent the last few months on our committee really working to fix the badly broken No Child Left Behind law. We were able to work together to reach a bipartisan compromise, and I was very proud last week that we passed that bill out of committee with unanimous support. I'm sure he told you we've got a lot of work left to do, but now that we have cleared the committee process, we'll be taking that to the floor, and our committee will be focusing on reauthorizing the Higher Education Act, or HEA. So there's a few broad themes I wanted to talk about that I'm going to be fighting for during our work on reauthorization. For one, I believe we've got to reduce the crushing burden of student debt. For many Americans who want to further their education and build their skills, taking out student loans has nearly become a college prerequisite. And that is going to have a lasting impact on their lives. And it can have negative consequences, as we know, for our nation's economy. So easing that burden is a top priority for me. I also believe that all students should have access to a safe learning environment. So I'm going to be focused on strengthening protections for students and preventing violence and sexual assault on campus. As you all know, that's become a very important issue. We also need our education system to work for students from cradle through to their career. That includes job training opportunities so workers at any stage of their career have the opportunity to continue advancing their skills. And of course, as I said, making college more affordable will be a central part of what I focus on through any discussion on higher education, so that all of our students, not just the wealthiest few, know they have a chance at furthering their education. And in fact, accessing or expanding access to low and moderate income Americans happened to be the original intent of the Higher Education Act, if you some of you may remember. At the signing of that law 50 years ago now, President Johnson said the bill was designed to, quote, swing open a new door of opportunity for the young people of America, regardless of how much money they have. So, you know, I have seen too often a student's decision to attend college is answered for them long before they even reach high school. Sometimes it comes down to how much money their parents make, or if their parents went to college, or may depend on what neighborhood they grew up in, or how engaged their high school is in identifying college-bound students. I was home in my home state of Washington just a few weeks ago, visiting with students at Central Washington University, and many of the students that I was talking to were first time in their families to go to college, and shared very passionate stories. And one young student told me that he knew of a person who was a high school senior today with a 3.9 GPA, taking AP classes, but she came from a low-income background, wants to go to college, but doesn't see how in the world she'll ever be able to pay for it. We can't lose her or any of these students. I've heard this over and over again from so many people, and I know you have as well. In our country today, too many students are doing everything right. They want to take the next steps to move into the middle class. They want to go to college, but the high cost of college creates insurmountable roadblocks, and that is unacceptable. So throughout this process, I'm going to be looking at several ways to bring down the cost of college. For one, I believe we need to be investing more in our students, not less. And I'm going to be very focused on protecting and expanding need-based aid. Now, all of you may remember that back in 2013, we had reached a crisis in Congress with the government shutdown and sequestration. And through all that, I was able to work with Congressman Paul Ryan to put together the Murray-Ryan budget agreement that broke through that horrible gridlock and dysfunction and helped us reach a bipartisan budget deal that prevented another government shutdown, rolled back the worst of those automatic cuts, and restored investments in education and research and jobs, and helped get our economy going again. Well, that deal was for 2 years, and that deal ends this year. So we've got to build now. Congress needs to build now on that deal so we can continue to make important investments in students who want to further their education, investments like Pell Grant. Because if we don't reach a budget deal by the end of this year, we could be back in the same place. So I hope all of you are urging everyone to come together with a budget deal that builds on the framework that Congressman Ryan and I were able to put into place and allows us to make those investments that are so critical. And in the HEA reauthorization process, I'll be looking for ways to expand student aid, like restoring the year-round Pell Grant, which I think is very important, and giving borrowers who are struggling with the crushing burden of student debt some much-needed relief. Now, as all of you have witnessed firsthand over the past several years, states across the country have really been cutting back on their investments in higher education. Average state support for higher education is now 19% less per student than before the economic downturn. That is very troubling. Colleges and universities like all of yours and those in my state have to find some way to make up for that loss of funding to stay competitive. I have heard some people recently try to argue that the decline in state funding isn't real. I don't think anyone, however, would disagree with students and families who are facing the cost of college today and what it is doing to their families and their ability to go to college. So I'm very interested in exploring ways through HEA to encourage states to keep up investments in their institutions of higher learning. I also think it's very important that students have the information they need to make an informed decision as they are shopping for college. Right now, families and students aren't able to access very basic but essential consumer information on their college or university, things like an accurate graduation and transfer rates or student debt or what they can expect to make after they graduate. And oftentimes, more importantly, students don't even know where to look for that information. I believe that when students and their families are deciding to attend college and make a huge investment, they should have the tools to find out if their college or university will give them a good return on their investment and their hard work. So with a real quick wrap up on a lot of different things, those are some of the things I'll be looking at as we go through this reauthorization. But I think it's important to remember at the end of the day, this is going to require Democrats and Republicans to work together. As I said, I was really pleased that Senator Alexander and I were able to get the K-12 bill through our committee. I believe the only path to reauthorize the higher education bill is through the same kind of bipartisan cooperation. So I will be working very hard on that, and I know that it has to be a goal. We can't get anything through a divided country, a divided Congress, and to a president without everyone setting aside their partisan hats and working to find compromise and move things forward. So we'll be looking forward to hearing from all of you on how to do that. You know, expanding access to higher education couldn't be more important. You all know that, for students who want to gain a foothold into the middle class. And I want to make sure more families, just like mine did when I was growing up, see it as an opportunity, not as something that they'll never be able to achieve. I think everyone deserves a ticket to the middle class and live out the American dream. That's what I will be focused on as we move this forward, and I know all of you will too. So thank you very much for having me here this morning.
Hi, good morning. I'm going to invite our panelists to come forward. It's really my pleasure to be able to introduce our first panel discussion this morning on the Higher Education Act reauthorization and college affordability. If your campuses are like ours, we've added some additional things to the traditional 3 R's of reading, writing, and arithmetic. It's really related to regulatory affairs. And in addition to the 4 R's now, we have 3 A's. It's affordability, access, and accountability. And so thankfully we have experts here with us today that will help us to talk through a little bit about the reauthorization of the Higher Education Act and also college affordability. In the interest of time, I'm just going to very simply introduce them. I would encourage you to read the materials that are in your folder with much more biographical information about each of the individuals. On our panel today, we have Chris Lindstrom, the Higher Education Program Director of the U.S. Public Interest Research Group, David Bergeron, Vice President for Post-Secondary Education from the Center for American Progress, Rory O'Sullivan, the Deputy Director of the Young Invincibles, Kristen Conklin, Founding Partner of HCM Strategies, and Kevin James, Research Fellow from the American Enterprise Institute. And now I'll ask Libby Nelson, our moderator for today, the education reporter from Vox.com, to come forward and help us to go through a few questions with our panel.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I'm so happy to be here at this conference. I think I've met nearly all of you because about 3 years ago, I was here reporting on this for Inside Higher Ed, and I think I've moderated at least one panel since then. So this is one of my favorite events because it's so rare to see presidents from different sectors come together in a way that's geographical rather than sector-based, and I think it really leads to a much more interesting conversation. I was hoping to stick around after and speak with everyone. Unfortunately, I have a dentist appointment in exactly 1 hour and 5 minutes, and they already know I'm going to be late, but they told me they might not fill all of my teeth if I don't make an effort to be there on time. So I will quit talking and let our panelists talk so we can get through this in a timely way. everybody on this panel has a lot of knowledge and experience. I think I've moderated panels or been at panels with all of them before, so this is fun. And certainly one of the biggest topics that I know all of you are interested in and that the senators have spoken about today is HEA and the college affordability issue. But college affordability is such a broad term that means so many things to different people that I want to ask the panelists really to start out by defining the problem that they see as most important to solve in HEA. And then some of the solutions I know overlap a little bit, and so we'll sort of then go on to a discussion of the proposals, and then you guys will have some time for questions as well at the end. So we'll go from the end toward here, so I will let Chris get started.
Okay, is this working? How's this? Yeah, great. Okay, yeah, so just in terms, first of all, I just want to thank Sherrod Brown and his staff for his leadership on Senate banking. Some of issues in higher education can overlap with banking and students as consumers, and I want to thank him very much for the things that he's done over the past couple of years on behalf of students. And then this is just a really cool event that he holds for you, and I think it's unique, and want to commend him and his staff for that as well, for pulling together the college presidents in Ohio. So first, USPIRG is the United States Public Interest Research Group. We're a network of state-based nonprofits, and we're focused on consumer advocacy. We actually have 75 college campus chapters at primarily public flagships across the country, the UC system, IU Bloomington, the Rutgers system, et cetera. And so those students come together and fund a federal higher education project, and that's what I do at the federal level. I work to make sure that student loans stay affordable and manageable for students. I work to ensure that we can increase grant aid, and then certainly work to protect the student consumer when it comes to educational costs and educational cost drivers. And that can take a broad array of forms. For instance, we work to lower the cost of college textbooks. We are also working currently on campus banking and the types of bank accounts that students are exposed to on campus. And so, I'm accountable to college students. I speak to college student boards several times a year, and we work to promote an agenda. They sign off on agenda together. And I'd say from their vantage point, that sort of looming $1.2 trillion worth of student loan debt continues to be the way they define the problem in their minds. Questions of workforce and how it's evolving, comportability of credentials, some of these topics that have arisen this morning that I heard some of the speakers address. I don't know if the sophomore and the junior at IU Bloomington that I talk to is thinking in such a big picture way, the way obviously you are as the chief administrator at your school. But I do think that they're thinking about the debt question, not just from the perspective of how much debt am I going to have when I graduate and how does that shape my first decade out of school, but also the question of what that debt does for the economy as a whole. Is this how we should be funding education? Is this what we want, how we want students to be kind of burdened, and what kind of question or what sort of impact does that have more largely on the economy? Am I going to be able to save for retirement? Am I going to be able to make a down payment on a home? Am I going to be able to get married and have kids and essentially impact society in a positive way, the way I'm supposed to, more holistically with my college degree? So I think it takes many forms, but in general, I would say that that's the backdrop that I'm working from, and that tends to inform our policy, and I'll just leave it at that, and we'll tackle the next set of solutions when we get there.
Good morning. Just for those of you who aren't familiar with the Center for American Progress, the center is a nonpartisan think tank here in Washington. We promote progressive solutions to problems to improve the lives for all Americans. And I joined the center about 2 years ago to really change and redirect the work of the center as it relates to higher education. Before I joined CAP, higher education was a function of our economic policy team. And so it was viewed within that very narrow but very important, from that very narrow and very important perspective. Since I've been there, I've written a good bit and thought a good bit about things that probably I should have been better positioned to think about and write about when I was in the department, except we don't write things under our own names or with expressing our own opinions, but those of our political leadership. And so it's been great to have that different vantage point. About a year ago, I wrote a paper that was a column that was titled, "What Does Value Look Like in Higher Education?" And I suggested that there were 4 critical elements to understanding what value looks like. And it's do our institutions provide access? Are they affordable? Do we get the educational outcomes, retention, degree attainment that we want, and is there some external validation of the credential that, and does the labor market, do employers value the credential? Do graduate schools value the credential, accept students into the graduate programs? And I framed it in that way, really to suggest that if we think about the traditional ways we think about quality assurance in American higher education, accreditation, state authorization, we're really not looking at it from the perspective of a principal funder. And whether we like it or not, we've gotten to a place where the federal government has become a huge funder, largely through loans. As Chris said, that's the lens of pretty much every young person you talk to and who is engaged or recently left American higher education is from their perspective of their debt. And so, we have to solve those problems. And I think the way to solve them is to take a step back and say, we all should be about the business of providing access to our students, making sure that access is affordable, making sure that when we are delivering our educational programs, that people are actually finishing them. And then finally, that there's value on the other side. And I think for me, that cluster of stuff is what we really need to address as we reauthorize the Higher Education Act.
Great.
Great, thanks. Definitely want to underline my appreciation for the invitation to speak here today. Definitely thank Senator Brown and his staff for that opportunity. Young Invincibles were an advocacy organization for young adults, and certainly I think both these two speakers get it right, that where our generation starts from is this anxiety. They know they have to get some kind of post-secondary credential. They've shown it with their feet. Many more of them show up than ever have before in higher education. But they know it costs a lot, and they're not sure what is going to happen when they leave school. And so I think to answer Libby's question, the problem is this sort of a combination of affordability and lack of information. And what I mean by that, the market for higher education is very different than a lot of other markets that are out there, right? You can go to the grocery store, you can buy a loaf of bread. If you don't like it, you can go back and get another one. These students don't get that second chance. And they often, and as Jeff, the previous speaker, had talked about as well, at age 18, you have to make this decision about what the future of your life is going to be. And most of us probably don't have a 5 or 10 year plan, even at this age of our lives, which is a very hard thing to do. Now, when you're making these big decisions without a lot of information, 30 years ago, you could go work a minimum wage job in the summer and essentially afford tuition and most of your living expenses that fall and spring. So the risk isn't that high. But as you all know, as tuition has skyrocketed over the last 20, 30 years, that significantly increases the risk. And we don't have a system that helps provide information where we can and manage the risk on the back end in repayment. And as a result, we're seeing a lot of students either go to school, realize it's not the right fit, and leave with a lot of debt that they can't afford to repay, or end up with a degree that isn't quite valuable enough in the job market in order to be able to afford that debt. And so I think that's the position of where a lot of students come from, is in really knowing that they have to go to school, anxious about having to take out debt, since that's the typical experience of a student today, with very limited information and a poor system to deal with and manage those risks.
Can you hear me? Good morning. I'm Kristen Conklin. Apparently, I haven't spoken much today. My voice is pretty froggy. I apologize. I am coming to this from the perspective of students, and I think that the higher education reauthorization has to focus on students that are not well served right now or not served at all. There are 3 data points that animate the work that HCM Strategist is doing at the federal, state, and institutional levels right now on that issue. The first is a 60% attainment rate. It's what we need in order to replace boomers, in order to fill jobs where the skill projections require at least some credential beyond high school. We are at 40. 20 points gap means we have to serve many more students not in the system at all, and they don't look like traditional students. Then we need to better serve students who we are not serving well now. I worked for almost a decade at the National Governors Association, was a staffer working with Governor Warner to get 50 states to agree voluntarily to commonly define high school graduation rates and get people to change the policies that would raise those graduation rates, particularly for students of color. Last year, they were the highest rates ever. We have a big college dropout problem in this country. Just take 6-year, that's not on time, take 6-year graduation rates. Only 46% of students complete in 6 years. The rates are much worse for students of color. Only 63% of students who earn any credential, African Americans, any credential within 6 years. 58% for Latinos. The third data point, half of the kids in our public schools today are on free and reduced lunch. So whatever we do in reauthorization is to shore up our core programs in financial aid for long-term sustainability. The demands on these programs, given 60% attainment, given those completion rates, and given this pipeline of low-income minority students, 2043 will be a majority minority nation. This country must do better, and this reauthorization has to prepare us for the future. There is a coalition that HCM Strategist supported, chaired by Mike McPherson of the Spencer Foundation. Had governors, former CBO leaders, et cetera, college presidents on this panel. We came out with something that could be considered a higher education reauthorization blueprint, but that's not what they were organized around. But I think it's very important to look at how financial aid can be improved. It is the big play at the federal level. In many states, the amount of money flowing in from federal grant and loan aid exceeds what goes in from the states. That is, take Oregon. The federal government is the big investor in public colleges and universities through federal financial aid. So we need to simplify the system, make it more transparent. We need to improve innovation, and we need to improve shared responsibility.
Hi, I'm Kevin James. I'm with the American Enterprise Institute, which is a nonpartisan think tank in Washington, D.C. I go in last. I get to echo a lot of what everyone else has said, but I guess I would sort of frame the issue by saying that I think a lot of people, young people and their parents, feel anxiety about this tension in the sense that people know that post-secondary education of some form is essential to success in today's workforce, yet they feel like their options are expensive and uncertain. And so sort of at age 18, 19, 20, and obviously there are a lot of non-traditional students, but a lot of the student population basically faces this choice of sort of making this very large investment with a lot of uncertainty, entirely financed by debt, without knowing sort of what the outcome is on the other side. And if they don't do that very uncertain investment, they sort of face the prospects of earning wages at a high school grad level, which is not a great prospect either. And so a lot of the discussion in Washington it focuses on how do we pay for these things and how much are we going to spend, and that's great. I mean, we need to have conversations about streamlining loan repayment and Pell Grant reform and other things like that. But I think the other side of affordability is sort of the delivery system of higher education, and can we create more pathways to the middle class that don't necessarily always go through an undergrad degree? There's nothing wrong with an undergrad degree. I think we can create different pathways and more innovative ways to approach these things, so that students have confidence that the option they're pursuing is high quality and that it takes some of the risk off of them. And so there's two sides of that. I think one is putting more tools in place to ensure students are taking their money to good institutions. Right now we give students a lot of money and they're not always very sophisticated consumers, and so they end up putting it sometimes into programs that aren't going to serve them well. And the other side of that, I think, is looking at regulatory barriers at the state level and at the federal level that inhibit institutional innovation and raise costs and and block sort of innovative new models that might better serve students. And so I think that approaching that side of affordability is very important.
Thank you all so much. Now that we sort of know where you're coming from and how you see the world, we're going to talk a little bit about the policies you'd like to see implemented. And I definitely want to leave time for questions because I think it's so valuable to have people at institutions and people in the think tank world and in the policy world talk to each other. Often, as somebody who reports on both, it can seem like people talk past each other a lot. So I have asked for all the solutions beforehand, and so I'm going to try and go through a little bit chronologically rather than person by person in sort of the order in which students encounter them. So I think I'm going to go ahead and start with FAFSA simplification and then continue on to Kevin with loan limits, if that works.
Okay, so that's me. I'm all FAFSA all the time. And I am a first-generation college student, and all of you who are or who have counseled and who enroll FAFSA know that we have done much in the last decade to streamline FAFSA. And it didn't start off being the dirty word it is now. It started off as a great way to create a free application for students. I really don't look at FAFSA as anything more than an issue of simplification, as an issue whose time has come. For the last decade, we've seen research and modeling and experimentation and improvements that allow us now, with a fair degree of high predictability, be able to transfer data from the IRS into a student's application, get rid of the back office verification process of financial aid officers, transition their role into helping students with their graduation plans, keeping them on track with those. And we also can streamline the needs analysis. And so I've been recommending to the House and Senate and working with a variety of organizations across town to identify those critical variables we need for most students. Can we automatically qualify a free and reduced lunch student or a student who is EITC and give them that information early in their educations? Why can't we do that? We know, unfortunately, income does not change that much for those lowest income individuals. Do we have to every year reapply? What about for about 75% of the students who don't fill out an IRS schedule, whose data is essentially about income, their adjusted gross income? What if we had many fewer variables to determine need? And then for those who have more complicated financial circumstances, what do we need to do? What information do we give to students? I don't think we should give them an EFC anymore. That's not understandable. And I think there are bipartisan senators who agree with that contention. Instead, we should tell them, here's what your Pell Award could be, and here's how you can think about maybe starting at a community college and enrolling full-time in a transfer pathway from day one so that you can be on your way to a bachelor's degree on time. Knowing what your Pell Grant Award is early can help improve those decisions. EFC is still very important. That's something we provide to states. That's something we provide to institutions. We do it back office. But why are we communicating that way to first-generation students? So those are some of the changes that I think are very doable. I think that Senators Alexander and Bennett put forward a starting point for that conversation with the FAST Act. There have been fast and furious conversations since then. I think all of us, it's incumbent upon all of us to remember the students and the first-generation students and the students not well served. As we engage in this conversation, it's going to be terribly hard to not think about, well, how does my award change and who would not necessarily get the same amount? We have to remember all those students not in the system. Estimates about 2 million who we think are eligible who never apply. Think about it this way. At Lorraine Community College, where, is Lorraine here? HCM has had the privilege to work with Lorraine for the last 2 years as they develop campus-wide student success strategies. And Lorraine has estimated that there are 65% of their students who have never applied for the FAFSA, but among those who've applied, 81% were eligible for a Pell. This is real income to your campuses, and we need to break down these application barriers so those students have those resources. They don't work as much, they don't have to borrow as much. So that's why I'm all FAFSA all the time.
Perfect. Kevin?
Sure. So Libby asked us each to talk about sort of one solution that we think should go into HEA. And so what I want to talk about, it might seem technical, but we currently allow graduate students and parents of undergrad dependent students to borrow essentially unlimited amounts of money up to cost of attendance of any institution. And I think particularly at the graduate student level, Congress should put in place loan limits again. It wasn't that long ago that we had loan limits at the graduate student level. It was 2006. But I think there's been a significant spike in graduate student debt since then. I just had to look up one number. For law school students between 2004, the average was $88,000, 2008, $90,000. But when you look at 2012, after Grad Plus was put in place, all of a sudden the average is $140,000. for average law school debt. And so I think the numbers you hear about in the media around student debt are often graduate students, and so they get conflated with sort of your undergrad, traditional disadvantaged student that a lot of these policies are built to serve. And it's very distorting of the debate. It's not only distorting of people's perception of student debt, but it distorts a lot of discussions around repayment options and other things around who's really getting this aid. And so I think that's sort of a low-hanging fruit that could get bipartisan support.
Do you have an idea for what the limit should be?
Well, just going back to what the Stafford limit before in 2006 would be fine.
A little bit of a toss-up with David and Chris for who should be next, but I'm going to call on David first and then work down the end.
So as I suggested in my remarks, I think one of the greatest concerns I have is about our quality assurance system, relying on accreditation, and I hesitate to criticize accreditation entirely for the problem, because really, if you think about it, there are at least 5 different mechanisms for quality assurance for federal aid purposes, not Title IV student aid purposes. That's all about accreditation and state authorization, but you all participate in the veterans benefit programs, and so you deal with state approving officials. If you are a community college, you probably interact with the workforce investment system. You go through a different process to become eligible for those benefits. TANF similarly, Department of Defense reimbursements, tax policy, HOPE, lifetime learning, AOTC, those are based on not on current Title IV eligibility, but Title IV eligibility as it existed back in 2002, prior to 2002, which means if you're a predominantly distance institution, your students aren't eligible for AOTC and HOPE and lifetime learning tax credits. So if you're trying to run an institution, you have to, and to maximize federal revenues, you have to go to the lowest common denominator. And that certainly prevents the kinds of innovation that a lot of us would like to see, right? Because you've got to comply with all of those rules and understand the interactions of those rules. And even I, as somebody who's spent a lot of time doing federal policy, can't tell you exactly how to do that and do that effectively. So I think we have to rethink the way that institutions are eligible. And we have to rethink it understanding today that a lot of our institutions are performing at a level where we shouldn't worry about whether you're accredited or not, right? You can demonstrate your performance, and therefore you should be judged based on that performance, and maybe you use accreditation to build up the institutions that aren't meeting our expectations. And that frees up some room for innovative providers to come into the situation programs. And when I think about where there's a possibility of real bipartisan or nonpartisan work, it's in this area, because I'm at probably one of the more progressive, more liberal think tanks in the country. At the Center for American Progress, I sit down and have conversations with my friends at the Heritage Foundation, and they're the same place. We've talked a lot with AEI and other think tanks across the political spectrum, and we all agree that this is an area where we need to do some significant and serious work. So I think there's a lot of room for us to make some changes that would really improve the lives of institutions and make it possible for us to guarantee better outcomes for our students, which is what we all care about.
Are you skipping over Rory intentionally?
Not on purpose.
Okay, I just wanted to point out. So, anyway,
you'll have your turn.
Yeah. So once again, I'm developing an agenda with boards of directors that are comprised of college students. So that's my lens in on the types of reforms that are important to them. And so I'll point out where I think there are bipartisan pieces, but some of the agenda I don't necessarily think is bipartisan, and it's going to be about a fight. So the first is the question of campus banking. I mentioned that earlier. 2 in 5 students nationally are exposed to campus sponsored bank accounts that too often drive up their costs. And that's problematic. And if we're trying to solve that problem through the Department of Education right now, and if we can't, then we definitely will be interested in trying to solve that legislatively. Secondly, Senator Murray mentioned this earlier, but this question of enabling the student as a consumer to be able to make better choices. And I think there is lots of unity around this question of the financial aid shopping sheet, which is currently a voluntary effort being run out of the Department of Education for colleges to depict their financial aid packages in a way that enable students and families to make an apples-to-apples comparison about the types of financial aid packages they're being awarded before they make the final determination about where to go to college. And I do think that that's got bipartisan appeal. And then finally, holding the line on student loan forgiveness and grant aid. That's just going to be a big fight from the student perspective. We're not going to see much. You're going to see a lot of passion, I think, coming from college students if we actually get to the point where we're talking about substantial cuts or rollbacks on some of the loan forgiveness programs and some of the key protections that have been built into those programs over the past 8 years.
Rory, I know you had accountability and transparency and affordability. So many words sound the same.
Right. Yeah. I think it probably makes sense for me to talk about repayment, since that's something we've worked on a lot. I would say we obviously have huge priorities around grant aid and affordability, and have worked with a lot of Ohio students even recently, doing a lobby day at the State House to ensure that continued state investment in grant aid and in institutions in Ohio. So obviously a huge priority for us. But I think where I might be able to add here is another solution, particularly focused on repayment of student loans. So right now, about 1 in 7 students who graduate or who leave school with student debt default on their federal student loans within 3 years of leaving. And that doesn't even count the default rates thereafter, which is an enormous number of students. And as everyone knows, default wrecks your finances, and it can take years for someone to recover from. And we think that one of the key reasons for this is that we've designed our repayment system in a way that just doesn't reflect the reality of life for student loan borrowers. And the default option right now is that you leave school and you're put on a 10-year standard repayment plan. Now, if you get a job within 6 months after you leave, hold that job, there's no recession, no layoff for the next decade, you're great. That plan works for you. But as many of you know, probably in your personal experience, and certainly so for this generation as the labor market has become more volatile, that's a lot to expect. And we think that that's one of the reasons why we're seeing such high defaults and delinquencies on student loans. Now, there are these income-based repayment plans out there. There's actually 9 different ways to repay your student loans, all of them created with good intentions, but as a result, we've had a system that's probably less than the sum of its parts. There's too many options. Students can't wade through it. I myself, even being a policy expert on this, have struggled at times to figure out, okay, which form do I got to file and when in order to get and stay into some of these income-based repayment plans. And basically, Young Invincible's proposal, and it's actually, I should give some credit to Kevin here, is actually also one of the leading thinkers on this, and was a lead staff member that put together an actual piece of legislation on this when he was in Congress. Would say, hey, why don't we just automatically put people into income-based repayment plans? It's much more flexible, so that if you get out of school and you're not making that much money, you can pay back a smaller amount, and then, like is true for for most everyone, as your salary increases years after you graduate, you can pay more down towards your student loan debt. And I think one of another major change that would go along with that, I think that would be more challenging, but also more helpful, is just having everyone pay back through something like a payroll withholding system. So you didn't have to go through and file forms every year in order to stay in one of these plans. And if you were making money and had a job, you'd automatically be repaying your debt. And if you're transitioning between jobs, you wouldn't be missing out or going into delinquency or default. And we think that would make that much simpler and more effective and reflect the actual experiences of borrowers overall.
I want to leave about 20 minutes for audience questions. I'm going to kick one off very quickly with one of my own, though, about if we were having this conversation last year, or even the year before, I think we would have spent the entire time talking about the college rating system and how the federal government might or might not rate colleges. Certainly, as a reporter, it seems to me that this has sort of slipped a little bit in terms of the amount of attention or the amount that people actually expect that it's going to happen. But I'm going to ask the panel whether you think this is a proposal that still will come into force and whether it will have any impact during reauthorization.
So when I was writing about what does value look like in higher education, clearly it was informed by where we were a year ago, which was that was a very important and very active conversation. And a lot of people were asking my opinions, having recently left the administration. And I think it continues to be a critical conversation, because I think, as I indicated, we need to find a solution that reduces our dependence on accreditation as the quality assurance mechanism, provides opportunities for new entrants, provides opportunities for institutions that are highly effective just to demonstrate it, and use a focused accreditation, focused peer review on improving the poor performers. That, to me, sounds awful much like a rating system. And whether you use it, whether in 2016 when the Higher Education Act is reauthorized, or maybe it's 18 when it's reauthorized, or maybe it's 22 when it's reauthorized, whether that's an element of it explicitly, or just we've got a set of policies that lead to the kinds of framework that I described, I'm kind of neutral on, but it's clear to me that we've got to do some serious work on that area, or this reauthorization will not lead us where we need to be.
I think the college presidents in the country, particularly under your umbrella organization of AC, have spoken clearly about your concerns about the quality of data to accomplish this task and do it in a fair way. Back in the late 90s, early 2000s, I worked for an organization called the National Center for Public Policy in Higher Ed, and we did the first ever report card, and we graded 50 states. And I remember doing it, and I was getting pilloried by the data people who work in state agencies and campuses as we were vetting some of these indicators before it came out. And I remember being just full of despair. This was awful. The former commissioner of NCES came up to me and says, "Oh, honey, don't worry. It's like the Bell chart." So what do you mean? He's like, Secretary Bell. He put up a chart. He compared 50 states on the basis of SAT, and the governors went ape. And he said, and soon enough, Governor Alexander and Governor Riley and Governor Clinton, they said, Governor from Missouri, Ashcroft, said, you know what? We'll pay voluntarily for an oversampling in NAEP. That would measure student achievement. This SAT doesn't matter. He says, you're making mush, but mush will get better over time, and it will improve the quality of data, and you got to realize this is a long, slow march. So if a report card that offends us for its poor comparisons puts into the system better metrics that are comparable, puts in the place resources for you to build up your state unit record systems, helps us think about interoperability of state unit record systems, allows us to be able to follow students across lines because they are so mobile, opens up the data from the Student Loan Clearinghouse for purposes like this, that could all be for good. So I'd like to look at just kind of the improvements of the information we have to make decisions as one of the more immediate benefits from this conversation.
I guess I would say that at a broad level, it's important to think about where the debate was decades ago and where it is now. I mean, there's been a very big shift from the purpose of the federal programs is essentially to give students money to ensure that they can afford to pay for college, to maybe we should do something to ensure that what they're getting for that money is actually valuable to them and not the money's not being spent badly in some way. So that broad trend, I think, is good, but I think we have to be a little bit more nuanced than that. And I think the ratings has sort of walked into a political and policy buzzsaw, essentially. And it's going to expend a lot of time and energy, and it's not going to have legs, I don't think. And I think it's unfortunate because I think it's distracted from other ways that we might have achieved those goals that were a little bit more lower-hanging fruit. Because I think the premise of what we're starting with, of trying to comprehensively rate post-secondary institutions, which are obviously very diverse, and where we don't have a lot of the data to do anything like that, is, again, a very difficult task and one that's fraught policy-wise and politically. I think the better thing would be to think about where the largest source of funds is, which is loans. We're lending money, we're lending a lot of money to young people, again, many who are not very sophisticated, and we have very few tools that ensures that that money is, that they're borrowing monies that is actually reasonable relative to what they're expected to earn in the future. So, for example, we have a cohort default rate metric that kicks out institutions that perform abysmally. That metric, everyone agrees on both sides, is fairly watered down and meaningless at times. And so I don't know why we don't just at least take steps to strengthen that. So I think there's things that we could do that would be a lot better goals politically and policy-wise and would be far more likely to achieve their objectives.
Chris or Rory, I saw both of you sort of leaning forward to start.
Go ahead. Okay. Yeah, I mean, in general, I would agree that I do think the broad trend is righteous, but it's a tough road and for college ratings. I mean, just again, in conversations with students, I think, you know, they're kind of more interested in some kind of, I don't know if it's Yelp or, you know, it's sort of the Yelp mindset of, you know, what are other students saying about their education at this institution, and is there a way that the college ratings can be not so top down, but actually driven by the students themselves? You know, can we find out whether or not a student, even if he didn't graduate from here, feels like he's better off as a result of his education or not? And we did actually make we worked hard early on in the process of the Department of Education to communicate that the students were looking for some kind of consumer feedback loop or unfortunately, we just weren't able to make any headway. And then the other piece, I think I was just talking to Morris in the back from Lakeland earlier, is, you know, I do think that we should try to expand to the public, you know, what are the measurements that matter and what actually constitutes quality. So much of the conversation is about the job and, you know, the job market and how much money are you making, et cetera, but other metrics like, you know, did you get registered to vote when you were at the school? Did you participate in a community service project? Anything that's more expansive about the role of a higher education in society more broadly still seems to be missing. And so I think we're going to miss the mark with the public.
Rory?
Yeah, I think from our perspective, I mean, the problem I had shared, this sort of dual, like, affordability and things becoming more expensive, even as students have limited information about, you know, what degree they should go to and match for a particular program, where they're going to be when they get out. In some sense, I think the college rating system is an attempt to get at that problem. In that sense, I'm sympathetic. But as some of the other panelists, I think, have pointed out probably better than me, that there are sort of practical implementation challenges that make it extremely hard to do. One, of course, is that we don't have the data. The other, some of the unintended consequences, we'd be very concerned about a system that disincentivized schools from serving the lowest income students or students with the most barriers, first generation students, and, you know, tying financial aid to outcomes certainly risk that unless you make some accommodations. So, in theory, I think, sympathetic to solving that problem, but we certainly have some concerns about how we would implement it.
You know, I'm one of the biggest fans of what you've accomplished in your 4-year and 2-year sectors for outcomes-based funding. It was collaborative. It was it took years to develop. You're all working at it. It is some of the best. I think it's some of the best work in the country. As you're talking to members and this issue comes up, I know the answer is we have grave concerns and we're worried about the data, and you've heard me give voice to that. I understand. Another thing you can say is that accountability or incentives for improving student outcomes and incentives for improving disadvantaged student success exists at the state level. We do it in Ohio. We put real money on the table for improvements. It's sector specific, and accountability is at the right level. And so I just want to flag for you that, you know, you don't have to just say, ooh. You can also say, and we do hear you, and we are doing it at the state level in Ohio.
Great. We have about 20 minutes for your questions. I would like to get to as many of them as possible, so I'm going to ask if we can be as concise as possible in both the questions and the answers, and hopefully follow up in more expanded conversations perhaps later on.
Jerome Webster from Terry State Community College. I was wondering if you could share with us your perspectives on changes to federal financial assistance programs where public assistance is automatically awarded to students when they are eligible through the financial aid process. I was speaking last night with some of the presidents. I think it was President Warren at Kent State who said 34% of her students are Pell eligible. President Hammond here at Central State said 90% of her students are Pell eligible. I have a 78% rate at my campus. And it seems as though that would certainly change the opportunity to minimize debt for some students who are taking out loans to live, quite honestly, where they may be eligible for some public assistance programs that would minimize that debt to the cost of attendance. And I just wondered if you could speak to that.
Do I need to repeat the question for the YouTube? Okay, so the question was about automatic eligibility for public assistance and how that interacts with financial aid.
So a couple of months ago, we released a proposal called College for All, and over the next couple of months, we'll be laying out more details about it. One of the pieces of it is getting rid of the FAFSA completely and using financial aid making a financial aid determination based on family income, looking at the family's income for a couple of years before the student enters high school, so making the decision much earlier. As we've been thinking about that and talking about it at CAP, we've realized that, to your point, that you really need to also connect it to the other benefits the family ought to be receiving, both when the student is in 8th grade, but also when they're going off to college. And so we're actually going to, in the final report that will come out in a couple of weeks, going to say, we should really pilot this in 5 states. There's an authority to do this already existing in current law, and pilot into 5 states and connect it to using the state tax system, but also to connect to other social benefit programs that families and prospective students should be using. So really think that this is an important thing for us to think through, that we make sure that these systems are connected.
So I don't know if you have student affairs professionals or you yourself have ideas about how you could do this. But Lumina Foundation sponsors through this group called InnoCentive these challenge grants, and there's small cash awards associated with it. The open challenge right now is your question. How do we centralize the notification and awarding of benefits? That includes tax benefits and other income-based, direct cash assistance, because you're absolutely right. And in fact, we've set it up. If there's some interesting tables in the back of the American Dream 2.0 technical report, but you can see the overlap between the tuition tax credit and the Pell. And because we've now made it refundable, your 90% of students who are getting Pell should also be getting the extra money in a tax credit. Really helps cover that cost of attendance.
And the benefit of knowing what would happen to debt associated with changing these things, I think, makes a lot of sense.
Yes, go ahead.
Back in 2009, between 2009 and today, the federal involvement in student loans and financing higher education has gone pretty high. I think everyone would agree. What was the original objective of this massive increase of federal participation in this part of our industry? Has it actually accomplished any of those objectives?
What institution are you from? Thank you. So the question was sort of why is there a federal student loan program in the first place, and why is it grown so much? No, I'm why.
Well, wouldn't you say in 2009 things kind of changed?
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's very subtle.
Right. So the switch away. The switch
Yeah,
away
so
from
I would say, yes, certainly, I think, again, the students that or the students who were at the institutions at the time, I worked hand in glove with them to pass the SAFRA legislation that passed in the Budget Act back then, the Student Aid and Fiscal Responsibility Act. And I think the primary intent was to try to find more funds to increase Pell Grants. Previous to that point, we had two systems of federal student lending, one where the banks were the intermediary and the other where the student was just directly receiving the money from the federal government. And there was this, chunk of money that was going to the banks. And at the same time, we're up here lobbying, trying to increase the Pell Grant. It just seemed like a place to focus. Is there a way we can free up that money and increase the Pell and have it go to students and not to banks? So I think that, and we accomplished that goal, and I think that was a tremendous victory. Very proud of that. Didn't get it all right. There are definitely there's some fallout from that reform. I think we still need to do a lot more to protect student consumers within the system that we have now, but I'd say that was the overarching impetus from the student perspective.
So I want to just go back a couple of years further in history. In 2008, 2009, during the Bush administration, as a career civil servant, working with Kristen, and the banks, lenders, said to the administration, look, we can't get access to capital. If you don't figure out a way to get student loans made with federal capital, there won't be any in the fall of 2008. So think about the fall of 2008. Could any institution of higher education in the United States have operated without any student loans at all, or with only a third of them if they were already in the direct loan program? So the federal government bought about $86 billion in student loans in 2008 and 2009. And those of us who were involved in those loan purchases would have said we paid too much. We paid $50 per loan, when we could have made them and do make them today in the administrative on the administrative side for $2 or $3, and we were paying $50. And so we said, well, clearly we need something like to move to 100% direct loans, and along the way the Bush administration actually built the mechanics to provide for that loan servicing. So that was the transformative moment, was when lenders basically in Washington said to us, we're not making loans, sorry. We're just not doing it. We can't afford it. We don't have money to do it. And so the federal government did. It was a transition that was not as thoughtfully done because we're in the middle of a crisis. And can we build better mechanisms? Sure. Can we go back to a bank-based loan system? No. We can't afford it. We'd have to eliminate Pell Grants to pay for it, to unroll the student direct loan system.
Additional questions? Yes.
Just to, some of you touched on it, but the development of the college rating system just reminds me a lot of when I was in healthcare, the development of something called value-based purchasing. Tying in how much Medicare money you ultimately got back. The top 50% got their money, the bottom 50% didn't get any money. And I just worry that the college rating system will eventually be a way for the government to limit its financial investment in the name of pursuing quality. But in reality, it will be a pullback of investment in higher education eventually.
Yes.
So I'm just wondering as soon as you see it possibly happening that way.
Great, and this will be the last question, but it's sort of about, is the college rating system a quality assurance, or is it a way of sort of stealthily cutting federal spending by eliminating colleges that they deem of not good value?
So, I'm related to I'm all FAFSA all the time conversation. I'm surprised at how quickly a conversation has erupted around, well, could this be a way to cut the Pell program? So I think if we enter into every germane policy debate on how could this reduce funding, and then second it by, because the Republicans run that Congress and they like to return money to the deficit, I think we've missed an opportunity, and Kevin just flagged it. So what I mean to say is the rating system, because we don't have the mature data system, because we don't have consensus around the metrics, because we don't have confidence that the department has the capacity to administer such a program on top of the other things it has, it's become an incredibly big distraction from what can we do to the germane question around what do we do to make sure that under-resourced institutions and under-resourced students improve their outcomes? And what's the best way to do that? Or what's the best way to improve consumer decision-making? What works best? We've gotten so far, I think, distracted. And I think that, so that's to me the real challenge is, yes, it absolutely could be used over time in ways that we can't anticipate now. So I would come back to, then bring it back to this low-hanging fruit, the things that we can move right now that are responsive, that do improve decision-making, that do, because I don't think this is going to happen very soon at all. And so, and I think in every conversation to enter into debate of being afraid we'll lose money, we lose an opportunity to participate in that conversation because some people will just move forward without us.
I go a little, and it's odd that I'm about to be the person who's about to say this. One of the things that I realized was after coming from the department was I sat down one day and just sorted institutions based on on-time graduation rates. And I was surprised, I think I would say shocked, at the number of institutions that had on-time graduation rates that were 0, 2%, 5%, 10%. And I started to ask myself the question, are these really, if they graduate no students on time, are they really an institution of higher education at all? And if they're not, don't we want to get that money, recover that money and put it into institutions that are performing against that metric better? Because I do think that some of our investments in higher education, even in student aid, as much of a fan and advocate as I am for student aid, some of those investments, because of the institutions they're enrolled at, aren't effective. And I'd like to get that money back and use it for effective institutions. A lot of people think that I particularly have that position as it relates to for-profit schools. And yes, I'm very critical of for-profit schools. But I call the question as to whether or not institutions that aren't meeting our expectations should be participating in the aid programs. And it's really tough for me to say that. It really is. People who know me know that I have a very soft heart. But at some point, we have to get realistic about, money that is flowing to students attending institutions where they would be much better off if they'd gone somewhere else.
Unfortunately, I know there's probably a lot to say right after that. And I would rather stand here and talk to all of you all day than go to the dentist, but I've been told that we have to move on to make room for our next speaker. So thank you all so much. This was delightful as always.
Thanks, Liz. Oh.
Have a good day.
While we're transitioning, I'm Bev Warren from Kent State University, and I have the pleasure of introducing our next speaker. Our speaker is James Kowal, who is Deputy Director of the White House Domestic Policy Council. Mr. Kowal has been so involved with domestic policy over the entire administration, both administrations of President Obama. In the 2012 campaign, Mr. Kowal was a part of the domestic policy advisor for President Obama. And in President Obama's first administration, Mr. Kowal served as Deputy Undersecretary in the Department of Education. So he comes with a great deal of experience based upon some of the panel's discussion, our ongoing discussion this morning about access and affordability. And when you look at his record, he's really, really highly skillful in economic policy, in issues around financial aid, in community college accountability, and how we do make a better higher education world for those who need it the most. Welcome.
Beverly, for that very kind introduction, and I appreciate the opportunity to come here. My mom is from Ohio. She went to Oberlin. Her parents met at Oberlin as well, so it's a great pleasure to be here. I wanted to talk for just a minute about some of the administration's higher education priorities and what we're working on this year, and then I would be glad to get into a discussion, which will probably be the most interesting part for all of us. The president, of course, has been a big believer in the importance of higher education since his first days in office. And his first State of the Union, he set the goal that we should lead the world again in the number of college graduates. And that's because for him, the goal ultimately is to create an economy where we have more people joining the middle class, where we have rising incomes, where we reverse this trend, which was true even over the course of the economic expansion in the last decade, where middle-class incomes actually fell after inflation. So getting more people through college is what's important for them as individuals to join the middle class. It's important for us as a country to make those investments in our future prosperity. And of course, college as well is critical to promoting good citizens and enriching lives. So here we are in the 7th year. I think in terms of looking back, I think the president has reason to be proud of the accomplishments he's made in this area. In terms of affordability, he has made very large investments in Pell Grants and the American Opportunity Tax Credit. Between those two scholarship programs, we're spending about $23 billion a year more than the federal government spent before the president took office. That's a very significant increase, obviously. In terms of student loans, I heard the earlier panel talking some about student loan reform. We've cut student loan interest rates, which would have been 6.8% this year. Now they're under 4%. That's very large savings, a lower rate than I have on my mortgage. The pay-as-you-earn program says to borrowers, we're going to let you cap your payments at 10% of your income above a living allowance. That allows us to say to people, you know, we believe that college is one of the best investments of your lifetime, and no matter what happens, we can guarantee that you're going to be able to pay off your loan. So if you choose a public service career, or if you're unlucky in some situation and you have a medical issue, or you're unlucky in a job market, we're going to make sure that those student loan payments are scaled so that you can afford them. And I think, you know, in the future, we'll look back at that as a historic accomplishment of this administration. And then, of course, in the area of completion rates and helping improve student learning, the president believes that there's a lot of great things happening at colleges across the country. Some of it is using emerging technology, and that stuff gets a lot of attention. A lot of it is also just kind of common sense stuff, like making sure high school seniors are graduating with the right academic expectations, trying to promote transfers among colleges, trying to make sure that programs that serve non-traditional students are actually designed with the needs of non-traditional students in mind. And I think there's a lot of great stuff going on around the country. And one area where we have not been as strong as a community is learning from each other. So how do we identify what's working on one campus and try and help other campuses build upon that? This year, I want to mention a couple of things. The president, of course, made a call for free community college for responsible students in his State of the Union. There are a couple of things about that I think are important to him. One is the idea that we need a substantial increase in educational attainment, and we should be talking about at least some college as the norm, just like high school is today. And if you look at the course of the last century, we had a tremendous advantage in educational attainment a generation or two ago. In the 1950s, about 70% of our teenagers were enrolled in high school, for example, while in Europe, the number was between 20 or 30%. So we had an incredible edge there, and that was a big factor in our prosperity. So it's time again to raise our sights and try and invest in building that kind of system. I think another important feature of that program is that it's a partnership with states. And that part of it is very important to the president. He thinks that we need to do more to work with states and to increase state investment in higher education and reverse the trend that's been very damaging over the last couple of decades. I think that this may not be a proposal that flies through Congress very quickly. I don't think anyone is expecting to sign a bill in the next couple of weeks. But we think that this is an area where working together we can make a lot of progress. And one analogy that I like to use, 2 years ago, the president called for universal preschool so that all 4-year-olds would have preschool. That was a proposal of similar size. That proposal also has not yet been enacted, but over the last 2 years, we have gotten $1.5 billion out of Congress for investments in early childhood. States have put up an additional $1 billion. The president hosted a number of philanthropists last December who committed to an additional $300 million. So this combination of setting an ambitious goal and then trying to find ways to make progress toward it, I think is really an achievable sort of strategy. And just like we didn't build high schools overnight, we're not going to achieve this goal overnight, but we ought to be working together and looking for ways to make progress. So you see, Philadelphia recently adopted a free community college proposal. Harper College in Illinois, there were proposals in Oregon, there's proposals in New York, both political parties. So I think what we need to do is think about how do we work together to look for opportunities to continue to move this forward and not have the expectation that we're necessarily going to do this in one fell swoop. A second area that we're focused on a lot this year is student debt. And the president recently signed a presidential memorandum called the Student Aid Bill of Rights. Student loan reform saved us an immense amount of money, and I heard David talking about that. It was about $60 billion over 10 years, most of which was reinvested in Pell Grants. Another advantage of it is that it means that the department's contractors are now responsible for servicing all of those loans. So under the guaranteed loan program, those standards were literally written into statute. If you were X days late, the lender had to make a phone call. If you were Y days late, try a letter. We're in a situation now where we have control over how those loans are collected. So we're trying to be very aggressive there. We're trying to experiment, try new things, randomize, make sure our contractors are going the extra mile, because borrowers should not be defaulting on their student loans. Between forbearance and deferment and income-based plans, there's no reason for the vast majority of these defaults to be happening. So what we tried to do is draw up a list of things that we could do that we thought would help. There was 17 of them in the president's presidential memorandum involving 7 or 8 different federal agencies. We're going to knock through them, and we're going to keep listening. So if people have ideas about things we can do to continue to raise the bar on service there, we'd love to hear it. And then the last thing that I'll mention is the college ratings plan. And I know I heard a question as I was walking in. For the president, his view is, as a country, we need to be educating many more people. We need to be finding new ways to serve broader groups of people. We need to be finding ways to help students learn at lower costs. And if you look at the systems that are out there now to provide information to students and parents choosing among colleges, they actually go in the opposite direction. So the U.S. News rating, for example, measures quality of instruction by the amount of money an institution spends. If you're Georgia State and you find a way to offer your online computer science program at 1/3 the cost, you actually get punished for that. U.S. News rewards institutions for the number of students that they turn away. At a time when our country needs to educate many more students from all kinds of backgrounds, that's exactly the wrong incentive that we should be sending for our institutions. So, I think the question is, how do we find those institutions that are serving the interests of our country and sort of building the long-term needs? Not to say that the institutions at the top of the U.S. News don't provide a very valuable service, but there are also other institutions who are really building the middle class, who often get overlooked, who are not a part of the dialogue around higher education in this country. So we're interested in finding ways to identify those institutions and lift them up and help them get the recognition that they deserve. So we could talk about that more, but that's the big picture there. So happy to answer any questions or listen to constructive criticism or whatever folks have on their minds. Thank you. Yes.
Uh-huh. And the whole name rating sends a very mixed signal to the purpose of what it is supposed to accomplish.
Mhm.
So as you move forward, I would suggest perhaps we think of another way to disseminate that information in a more equalized way that does not put a bias on institutions that are trying to give the best level of quality assurance
Mhm.
to students, especially first-generation students.
What do you suggest?
What about just college profile?
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
I don't know if, in the minds of the public, rating is just like rating a television show.
Uh-huh.
And there are nuances associated with that that people really don't have the depth of understanding. All they see is rating and ranking becomes similar.
Mhm.
And I know that that's not the intention.
It's not. Okay. Thank you for that suggestion. We'll take that back. You know, I think when we were thinking of the term rating, we were trying to distinguish very carefully the idea of a ranking system. And, you know, I think the idea of trying to distinguish between the 17th and the 18th best university is a little bit of an empty exercise.
And if you have U.S. News against that,
Right.
people really don't know the difference.
Right. I agree with that. And I think we're also trying to recognize that institutions have very different missions. And the idea of creating a single formula that's going to act like everyone is trying to do the same thing is not the right way to go. And I think, you know, your suggestions on terminology is certainly something I'll take back. Yes. Well, you know, I mean, one thing, when David and I were both at the department, we were working on the for-profit college regulation, and at that point, there was no data at all on the employment outcomes of students who had attended these programs. In some sense, that is, well, let me say, like, it was actually very surprising, at least to me in some cases, you know, how low the median earnings of former students of some of these programs were. There were, you know, not as rare as you would expect to have programs with the median earnings under $10,000 or $12,000, and, you know, not rare at all to have median earnings under $20,000. You know, for programs which in some cases students were borrowing substantial amounts of money to attend. Now that's a simpler issue because those programs are intentionally occupational. And so if those students are not earning a certain amount of money, you know, that's why they were borrowing to go there. And so you can, you know, I think it's pretty clear that there's a problem. I think with higher education more broadly, there's a lot of reasons that people get a higher education, and earnings is not the only one. So it's a much more sophisticated and complicated problem. But I do think that, you know, we do not have great data on whether students who leave college with or without a degree have a job. We don't have good data on graduation rates. Institutions have access to the clearinghouse. My understanding is that data is pretty good, but it's not necessarily made public. I think that some of the initiatives in this area that APLU and others are leading around that is a valuable process. But that's also information that the federal government can have that we can provide. So I do think that there is potential for us to put information out there that is not going to answer everybody's questions, but it is going to be useful to people who are trying to make choices among colleges and trying to understand what a college will cost and what situation they're likely to be in after leaving college. Yes. Uh-huh.
In Ohio, it seems to be clearly the case because we've expanded the Medicaid program in order to capture more of the, quote, federal dollars
Mm-hmm.
from Medicaid. Have you ever thought about if the federal government could do something to reverse that,
Mm-hmm.
matching federal dollars
I totally agree with that. One interesting thing is when you look at tuition at public universities, it's almost dollar for dollar with the state cuts. So when you're talking about tuition at the institutions that most students attend, you're primarily talking about state disinvestment. I do think that, two things. I think part of it is cultural, and I think that we as a community have talked about the importance of college as the return to the student. And I think we've forgotten that is probably an effective shorthand at motivating someone to apply for college. But I think we have paid a bit of a price in that we no longer see, as a society, the importance that we all have in investing in education. And the externalities, the benefits to society of a college degree are as large as the returns to the individual. So I think that's part of it. I think we all need to do a little more in talking about how our country has that at stake. I think in terms of policy solutions, I think you're absolutely right. The way our higher education system is structured is that we don't have funding going through states. So we talk about a federal-state partnership around college affordability, and there is one, but there's not a direct relationship. One of the features of the president's community college proposal is that it works through states, in part because of the reasons you suggest. And so, if that plan were enacted, you would have a state match. We would ask states that had done less historically to contribute a little more, and you would also have an expectations that states would continue to maintain their investments in other sectors of higher education. So, I think that's the kind of direction we should be looking to move to. Anything else? Everyone is eager for Dr. Cordray? I'm not offended. Okay, well, thanks again very much for your time.
It's my pleasure to introduce a very distinguished Ohioan who is now serving in an important national position. Richard Cordray serves as the first director of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. He formerly led the Bureau's enforcement division. The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau's mission, according to the website, is to create markets for consumer financial products, including mortgages and credit cards, and also there's a very prominent discussion of financial aid on the website. Prior to joining the Bureau, Mr. Cordray served on the front lines of consumer protection as Ohio's Attorney General. He also served as the Ohio Treasurer and the Franklin County Treasurer. Earlier in his career, he was an adjunct professor at the Ohio State University College of Law, served as a state representative for the 33rd Ohio House District, and was the first Solicitor General in Ohio's history. He's a graduate of Michigan State University, Oxford University, where he was a Marshall Scholar, and the University of Chicago Law School. The part of his biography that was most intriguing to me was his experience with an unusual way of paying off his student loan debt from law school. He grew up in Grove City, Ohio, and he became a high school quiz champion, apparently, at the time. And in 1987, he was an undefeated 5-time Jeopardy champion, earning winnings of approximately $45,000. He used that to pay off his law school debt, apparently. And recently, in 2014, he participated in Jeopardy's Battle of the Decades. So he continues to maintain an active interest, it appears, in quiz shows, but also paying off debt, presumably. Anyway, please welcome Richard Cordray.
Thank you. Yeah, I noticed the one flaw in the resume, and I was reminded because I gave a speech in Ohio, which I don't do as often as I would like, on Monday to the Ohio Association of Realtors, was that I actually attended Michigan State University, so perhaps we could have glossed over that. However, I never expected being on a quiz team in high school to end up being lucrative, although I don't think it's probably the preferred guidance to give to young people as to how they can pay off their student loan debt. So let me start by thanking my friend Sherrod Brown, Senator Brown, for inviting me to speak to you today about how our young people are seeking to finance their education and improve their future lives, a topic I know of tremendous interest to you as it is to them, and as was just stated, really should be to everybody in the country who cares about the future of this country, as we all do. I'll provide a brief overview of some of the issues surrounding student loan debt and the cost of higher education, and I'll describe how the U.S. Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, where I serve as the director, is working to address these issues. Just as a point of personal reference, I feel these matters directly with twins who are nearing the end of their sophomore year in high school in Grove City, Ohio, which causes me to commute to work here from my home there. Like many families, we are right now engaged in the process of making sure we and they know how to weigh our choices as they consider where to go to school. And they're starting to receive lots of information in the mail. Feels almost like credit card offerings to me at this point. We all can see that a college education has become a key milestone on the path to opportunity later in life, which means that what you do is incredibly important. Your institutions serve as the first step into adulthood for millions of young people. Yet as a college degree is now more important than ever, financing that degree has become increasingly challenging. Many families were hit hard by the financial crisis, which has complicated their circumstances and their options about how best to pay for college. The cost to tuition has soared. We've all seen that. And though responsibility for that problem rests on many shoulders, the institutions themselves must bear their share of that responsibility. Today, outstanding student loan debt in this country now exceeds $1.2 trillion. We probably have the best window on that data, trailing only mortgage debt among the financial obligations of most families. And what's notable about that is that if you'd given that number 10 years ago, it would have been the case that people would have owed more on credit card debt and on auto loans than they would have on student loans. Student loans now have significantly outpaced those two categories of consumer debt. Every day at the Consumer Bureau, we hear from young people whose dream of attending college and earning a degree has become a financial challenge, in some cases a financial nightmare. In response, we're working to help people make better choices about paying for college. We want to make sure that students and their families have the information to compare alternatives and understand what the costs and debt burdens will be in very tangible terms. The tools and resources we're developing allow consumers to have a clear view of the financial expectations that await them when they arrive on your campuses. That's our goal. The Consumer Bureau has partnered with the Department of Education to create a financial aid shopping sheet. There was a great event at the White House where the Vice President joined Secretary Duncan and myself to announce the sheet some time ago. It's now being used by nearly 3,000 colleges across the country, including many here in this room. The straightforward document provides students and their families with an accurate representation of the total costs they will be responsible for should they decide to attend a particular school and accept a particular financial aid package. The information in the shopping sheet lets families make objective comparisons between different financial aid packages and different situations before they make their choice among different schools. And we're socializing that with teachers, counselors, families across the country as best we can. To supplement the financial aid shopping sheet, the Consumer Bureau has built on that and released our Paying for College web tools, which are designed to help young people weigh the costs and risks of financing their education through student loans. Much like consumers shopping for the proper mortgage when buying a home, we believe it's important that consumers have their eyes open about the financial obligations that lie ahead when they're making these decisions. We want them to know the answer to key questions such as what is the difference between a loan and a grant? What's the difference between a private student loan and a federal student loan? What will my monthly debt payment be at graduation? Or what are my rights and options for repaying my loans over time? These kinds of information will help people manage the issues more effectively, both as students and after they leave school. Last year, the financial aid director from Denison University testified before a hearing chaired by Senator Brown about problems in student loan servicing. The Consumer Bureau estimates that 8 million Americans are now in default, some stage of default, on a student loan. And strengthening student loan servicing is essential to getting this growing problem under control. We also share the concerns of many in the higher education community that student loan servicing needs vast improvement. As Ohio Attorney General, I saw how poor practices by mortgage servicers led to many unnecessary foreclosures with devastating effects on Ohio communities. We're now exerting supervisory oversight over the largest student loan servicers to make sure they are avoiding those same types of problems and complying with the law by appropriately processing payments and paperwork and by providing clear information to help with available options when borrowers run into trouble. And we hear plenty of stories to suggest that these remain significant problems in the field of student loan servicing. The costs of college also extend well beyond tuition costs, of course. Many students who arrive on your campuses are managing money on their own for the first time. This can be a challenge for them. To help students navigate these new issues successfully, we're actively working with colleges and universities that partner with financial institutions to offer checking and prepaid accounts. We're seeking to ensure that these partnerships provide sound deals to students as they begin their financial lives, and to this end, we released a model Safe Student Account Scorecard. The scorecard can help you obtain accurate information about fees, features, and sales tactics from financial institutions before you, this is you, enter into sponsorship agreements for marketing these products to your students. Finally, and very simply, all contracts between schools and financial institutions to offer financial products to students, including checking account products, prepaid account products, and credit card products, should be entirely transparent to the students, their families, and the public. I frankly see no reason why any school would fail to put these contracts online as an easy means of disclosure that allows ready access to their terms. That is now easy as a matter of technology, and any further obstacles to this kind of transparency are not justified. At the Consumer Bureau, we hear stories every day about the kinds of difficulties and regrets people have because they did not understand these issues well enough at the time they made these key financial decisions. Our tools and resources are intended to help guide young people responsibly as they confront these issues going forward. We're glad to work with you and your colleagues around the country to ensure that young people can be more financially secure as they seek to build their precious human capital for the benefit of themselves, our communities, and our nation's future. And I thank you tremendously and very much appreciate your work. Now, that didn't take the time that I was allotted, so I'm happy to address any questions you might have of us and any of the topics I covered. Or you might want to have the time be given back to you. So, questions? Anything? All right, thank you very much.
We're going to go ahead and take about a 10-minute break before our next presentation, so enjoy.
Did you want this on the podium? Okay, oh, you have a clicker.
There's no portable lights on.
No.
Hi, how are you? John West. Thank you. Good to see you. Introducing you and me.
Oh, nice, thank you.
So your presentation is around
Well, we kind of call it the college crisis. The funding gap.
the funding gap, I'm sorry.
Funding gap.
College crisis.
That's the first of it.
Do you want me to put it in? I heard sounds, but I know that's good. All right.
The sound we checked earlier.
Yeah, and I just heard a click too.
Thanks a lot. Yeah, so we represent the college scholarship.
high schools.
Nice to see you. Oh, yeah, great. Thank you very much. College now, it's called scholarship and retention. We do all of it. And I'll talk. Where are you from? Ontario State Community. Okay, got it. And where is that? Hey, how are you? Good. What is it? Okay, got it. So, kind of halfway. Right. Where are you? Okay, so you're in our territory. We do like 5 counties, so we go as far as Lorraine. Okay, yeah, just that's why I don't know. Yeah, and of course, for the most part, it's the trust. Yeah.
The other thing is our students who are adults who just
Sure you are.
same thing, we're all over the
Yeah.
We're going to go ahead and get started. If you could please take a seat.
Yeah, that's fine.
Who's first, you? Okay. Okay.
Yeah, let's bring us up together. We got a little
Okay.
back and forth. A little soft shoe.
Our next presenters are talking about the college crisis and the funding gap for low-income students. John Zittner is the founder of Entrepreneurship Preparatory School and Village Preparatory School, located in the city of Cleveland and authorized by the Cleveland Metropolitan School District. The prep schools, along with two other high-performing Cleveland charter schools, Citizens Academy and the Intergenerational School, formed a management organization known as Breakthrough Charter Schools. Breakthrough's goal is to have 20 schools by 2020, serving 7,000 Cleveland students.
Zitzner is a graduate of Wittenberg University and has studied nonprofit organization management at the Case Western Reserve University's Mandel School. Lee Friedman's work focuses on college access, scholarships, and retention. Before joining College Now Greater Cleveland in June of 2010, Friedman was the president and CEO of the Cleveland Leadership Center, where she was hired to work with civic partners to bring together the community's top leadership programs under one organizational structure. Friedman is a Cleveland native, a graduate of Beechwood High School and of Colgate University. She received her Master's of Public Administration from George Washington University. Please join me in welcoming John Zitzner and Lee Friedman.
Well, it's nice to see spring in Washington because I understand from my husband we are not seeing it in Cleveland, Ohio today. Thank you so much. I know I've met many of you, and I've been here before talking about the important work that you all do and the work that many of us do in the intermediary world, trying to make sure that every student has an opportunity to go to school. College Now, quick refresher, we are the largest college access organization in the state, probably actually in the United States, started in 1966, and we serve about 25,000 students, mostly in Northeast Ohio. We have college advisors embedded in school buildings, about 120 buildings, and we move them onto a college path and do all the pieces of the work, which you all know the work, so I don't need to go into it. And then we also give them scholarships and help them get scholarship dollars. Usually on the average for low-income kids, we get them about $60,000 for school. And then lastly, we heavily work on retention. You're going to hear more about that later. But our kids finish, and that's what's important. So John Zitzner and I are here together. We are old friends. John has been the leading driver in Cleveland around really creating high-performing charter schools. And he'll tell you, he'll brag about his results, but he's got remarkable results. And we have come together in the last few months, realizing that our pipeline, he educates K-8. We start dealing with them 9 through college, mostly, but our personnel are dealing 9-12. And then we send them off to you, and we found out that there's a little bit more to it than that. So, John?
Yeah, thanks, Lee. Thanks for having us here. Question, I just want to take your temperature on, I've been talking a lot to board members of colleges and college presidents, and I'm coming up with a theme that either what's important to you or what worries you or whatever, but one of the things that we think might be, your job is to deliver an excellent education, but more importantly, what I'm hearing is there's a concern about this persistent incompletion rate, especially, maybe especially from kids like ours. And maybe you also are concerned about this. This is what I'm hearing anyway. Diversity in your student body, combined with that persistent incompletion, can be a real challenge. Now, what I do with my middle schoolers is say, if you agree with this, give me a thumbs up just so I can see if the crowd is in agreement. Are these accurate? Good. Any thumbs down? Good. All right. So just a little bit about what we're doing at Breakthrough. Number one, we have 10 schools now. It's all K through 8. We're going to grow to 20 schools by 2020, serving 7,000 kids. So 3,000 now, 7,000 in 2020. Here's the stats on our kids. 97% are minority kids, 83% live in are low-income kids living in poverty. Yet we, you'll see in a moment, we're the highest performing urban charter schools in the whole state, if not the country. We partner with the Cleveland School District, which is a very unique thing in the charter world, to partner with a school district. We're a nonprofit, so you read in the paper about charters and for-profits and all that. We're a nonprofit. Now, here's the thing. Our oldest kids now are sophomores in college, and this is the wake-up call that I've been getting. And we're the highest-rated network of charters, as I said. So a little bit about the results. This is the performance index measuring 3 urban school districts in Breakthrough. So this is, Cincinnati schools, public schools, including charters. This is the Columbus results. These are Cleveland's results, and these are Breakthrough's results. So I just want to show you that we're really serious about this work. We're outperforming every urban school district in the state from the highest to the lowest. This Credo study was done a couple years ago, and I want you to focus on this. Credo looked at 167 charter networks around the country. And what they did is they compared how the kids in the charter network, how those kids are doing compared to their district counterparts in growth, value-add growth, in math and reading. So among the urban charter networks in our country, Breakthrough ranked 4th in the country in math growth. That's pretty incredible. But number 1 in reading growth. Now, Lee said I'm bragging, but there's a combination about we are pretty good, but it also shows you that the Cleveland School District, because it's a comparison, and it's how you do compared, is pretty low. So the combination, and by the way, that's country, we're not talking about Cuyahoga County. This is the country. So that's pretty good. Question, we finished in 8th grade. What happens to these kids after 8th grade? So our first graduating class from a couple years ago, we were able to track, and it's hard to track high school kids in our city when they don't go to your school. They leave us in 8th grade, but we were able to track 40 out of 47 of that first class that graduated. 90% graduated from high school. 83% got into college. Think about that. National low-income average is something like 45% of the kids. So that's pretty good. But here's the thing. It's good, but here's our challenge. That pipeline is growing. So that's how many kids graduated 8th grade in 13, 14. But look what's going to happen. Pretty soon, we're going to have like 400 kids a year graduating from high school ready for college. And it sounds like that's wonderful. And where do our kids go to high school? Most of them are served by college now, but here's where our kids in high school are going. Whoop, there it goes. There are a variety of schools, from independent to online to charters, but the majority are going to CMSD, the Cleveland Metropolitan School District schools, and only the best CMSD schools. We tell our kids, you can go to any high school you want as long as it's listed on that bulletin board in the hallway. And we list like 5 CMSD schools and then some charters and some Catholic schools and independent schools. So this is where our kids are going to high school. Lee's team is in virtually all of the schools where our kids go and giving them some guidance. So, but here's the sad fact. So here's what I used to tell our kids, and I'm thinking back 6, 7 years ago when I greeted those kids the first day of school as 6th graders, and I said, you're going to go to college. And here's a little girl that I just greeted, and I said, you're going to go to college. And I said, where are you going to go? She goes, Akron, because the name of her classroom is the Akron Zips, and that's common. Here's a 1st grader, you're going to go to college. Now here's an 8th grader standing out in front of Case's classroom. I said, where are you going to go? He says, Case, I'm going to be a, doctor, engineer, you're going to go to college. And then the sad part is like, I don't know what to tell him now, because I talked to Lee about this the other day, and I'm starting to have some parents call me that are now high school senior. Mr. Zitzner, you told my kid he was going to go to college. I can't afford it. So I don't know what to tell these kids about this. It's pretty serious. We sent one of our kids to Western Reserve Academy, got a full ride. She graduated. She got into Drexel. I guess that's a pretty good school with a pretty big price tag. And then the mom calls and says, she can't go. I said, well, what's she going to do? She's not going to college. I said, what? The kid was flipping hamburgers, right? A friend of mine is on the board of Ohio Northern. He got involved, right? And she now is enrolled in Ohio Northern. Full ride. She doing okay? Yeah.
Doing very well. She's a molecular biology major. First semester freshman, she's already involved in several organizations. We had a gospel choir ensemble concert last week. She did a praise dance. She's very engaged at the university. Along with the other 5 breakthrough students that we have at Northern.
And thank you very much. So Ohio Northern, we actually do have something worked out with Ohio Northern where they're taking some of our kids every year, and they're going on a virtually a free ride, But when you talk about hundreds and hundreds of more kids, we have to figure this out. So I'm going to flip it over to Lee because, I called Lee a number of months ago. I said, what do you mean this kid isn't going to Drexel? I thought she's a low-income African-American kid that did really well in high school, and I thought she could go to college. And then Lee said, John, let me give you a little lesson on what's going on.
So this is the lesson, and I know many of you have done so many things for the kids we serve, but we run into this all the time that, especially when we're dealing with funders, high net worth individuals, foundations, they think the opportunity for college is the same for every kid. If you're a low income, Pell eligible, and you're ready for college, we define that by a 21 on the ACT, right? That's what we define, that you're going to go to college and you're going to go for free. Well, the opportunity, and when we're talking about students, we're talking about this set of low-income first-gen students, not geniuses from fancy prep schools. It's not the same for every kid. And we know there's lots of reasons either why kids don't go or why they don't persist. College now does this work, 25,000 kids a year. A lot of times, if they get to your institutions, they have a hard time navigating. They make mistakes that they trip over what seem like small mistakes. They don't register in time. They don't pay the bill on time. Something like that. Big thing, no affinity with peer groups. They get to the campuses and they really feel like fish out of water. I bet you a number of you saw the Plain Dealer headline, Homeless to Harvard. This was about 3 years ago. A young man is now a junior at Harvard. He came in to see me. He is one of the kids that we fund and that we help through with College Access. And I asked him how it was going, and it's going great. I said, well, how was it at first? Now, this kid's at Harvard. He said the first semester, he never raised his hand in class. He was afraid to sound stupid. He didn't want to write an email to a professor. He was afraid his grammar would reveal that he's not as smart as everybody else. He didn't want to be in a study group because he didn't want the other kids to think he wasn't as smart as everybody else. He was floundering. Finally, African-American church group on the Harvard campus found him, gave him the support he needed, and he has had a tremendous success since. But very interesting, that kind of, when you hear it from the mouth of babes, right? These kids have a hard time balancing work and school. They have to have jobs too. They're academically, I'm going to say it, there's going to be probably some high school principals that wouldn't like it. They're academically on the bubble. We know that. They get to you and they're ready, but not maybe as ready as some of your other kids. And the extra jobs just tear them down. They don't have access to good mentoring. So they drop a class. They don't realize when they drop a class below a certain amount that they lose their Pell money, blah, blah, blah. We see it every day at college now. Cultural divides. Talked a little bit about this, but my story is Father Niehoff had to leave, but we had a young girl who was at John Carroll, had a 22 on the ACT, was doing okay, didn't want to go back for a second semester. Why not? Now, some of you in the room will look at me like I'm crazy, but I think the women will understand. I don't have Uggs. So for those of you that don't know, Uggs are an expensive pair of boots that a lot of college kids wear. She didn't have Uggs. She didn't have a North Face. She didn't have beer money. She didn't feel comfortable. Here's another one. Their funds really aren't adequate all the time. We'll talk about that later. If you're really, really crazy smart, your funds are adequate. But if you're really college ready, they don't really have enough. And then they get to sophomore year, junior year, some of the stuff goes away, the cost keeps going up, and the next thing you know, Eric Gordon, the head of CMSD, is getting a phone call, I'm dropping out. Why? I don't have $200. That kind of thing. I know you all see it every day. So College Now has been in business for a long time working to address these issues, and we have found some particular ways to see success. And this is, I think, particularly important. As I said, we've been in business a lot of years, and the kids we fund, again, all low income, meaning Pell eligible, 18 or above on the ACT, and have to have at least a 2.5 in high school, our kids have been graduating at about a 60% rate, again, on-time rate, against the national average. And these are low-income kids, so they're doing better than the national average, let alone the low-income average. But 3 years ago, we started a mentoring program. Right now, we have 750 mentors mentoring 750 mentees at schools all across Ohio and a few out of state. And these mentors are coming from 250 different companies in Northeast Ohio. It's mostly done online, so it's not a big time commitment. And the results, we are in year 3, staggering. This last year, our first year retention rate, freshman to sophomore year, was 99% for these kids. I don't even know, I'm almost afraid to tell you that because I don't know if we can replicate it. The year before it was 96%. And as you know, it's 58% of these kids nationally. It has been remarkable. As I said, without mentoring, our kids have been at the 60% level. On-time graduation, we believe we're going to get to 80% with this mentoring program. So the point is, we know that with the right support, if the kids are ready, they can finish. It sort of takes a village, and I know you guys know that, but there's still obstacles. So we're glad about the progress, but this is where it gets tough. And I know you guys have seen this one. Cost of tuition against, cost of living index, consumer price index against every other major thing. So tuition's gone crazy. And that, we know, becomes a factor. So I want to talk about some very specific examples. This is scholarship season for us. We got 1,000 applications from high school students that qualify for our scholarship in the 5 counties. Well, it's mostly Cuyahoga County, Lorain County, Summit County. We're in other counties, but where our scholarship dollars go. So this is Michael, and he is a CMSD graduate from John Hay. They are one of the top performing high schools. He's in science and medicine. He had a 4.25 GPA. He has a 29 in his ACT, and he was admitted to a top private university. Here's what his picture looks like. And this is last week. So that's his state and federal. This is scholarship, not bad, right? Including college now. A little work study, subsidized loans, and his gap. So Michael's gap is $6,000 a year. It's manageable. Sometimes it's an obstacle because sometimes the family won't let him take any kind of a loan, on and on. But I think we could all agree, not terrible. And this is obviously a very gifted kid. Now, if this student had gotten into Harvard or a number of other schools that will fund, he probably would have no gap. But this is a very fine school in Ohio, private university, and obviously you can see this is a very qualified student. Now let's move on to Aisha. Aisha also went to the School of Science and Medicine. She has a 3.92. She had a 25 on the ACT, and she was admitted to one of the very top-ranked public institutions in Ohio. Very excited to go. This is her story. State and federal, scholarships, because of course the institution doesn't have as much, subsidized loans, $9,300 gap. This is a kid that's going to succeed. She's going to do well. Don't know how to help her fill the gap, and her family does not want her to take out loans, not for that kind of money. So now we go one step further. Tuan. Tuan went to MC Squared STEM. It's another one of the alternative schools in the CMSD network. Has a 3.2 GPA and a 21 on the ACT. That does put him in the top 20% of the graduates of CMSD. And he got into a highly ranked HBCU. Here's his deal. State and federal grants, scholarships, work study, subsidized loans. That's his gap. He's not going to be able to go. He's going to probably go to Tri-C, which I have no issue with it. I mean, that's a good path for this student. He's pretty heartbroken. Family's kind of heartbroken because we know he can succeed in a 4-year institution. I'm seeing a lot of heads. Does these numbers not looking right to you?
No, they're looking very
Oh, good. Right. Right. Oh, no, no, I know her. We know each other quite well. Yep, I know. But, you know,
And my question is too, is, I mean, how are you engaging with the very affordable option of community college?
well, of the 1,100 students, and this is CMSD because we have the most data about them, of the 1,100 students that go to college their first year out, 400 go to Tri-C. So we are actively sending them to Tri-C. The issue around it is when the kids are this well qualified, they don't really want to go to community college. And you can advise them that that is the most affordable option. And they've gone to PSOP. You can advise them and advise them and advise them. But when they see that their peers can do something different and they've succeeded, it becomes more of a have and have not situation. We know there's paths. It just reinforces the have and have not problem. So
With all due respect, just like you did as well, reinforcing the have and have not situation and not focusing on the quality of community colleges. And anyway, I mean, I just have to say my piece. Thank you.
And I would say maybe putting some of the community college names on those K-8 doors might help. Again, a student can go for 2 years at a community college and go to any of the wonderful institutions in this room and not have any debt.
And you said they can't go to school, they can go to school.
Yeah.
And all of them.
I looked
These are two tables at community college.
well, no, I understand.
Here we are.
All of the variables that you listed, we do every last one of those variables. And as a 1890 institution focusing on STEM, we attract students from out of state that come where we would prefer to attract students who have the capabilities from in-state, that we would give that mentoring, give that nurturing, give that support, provide those financial opportunities at a much lower cost. Our institution has the lowest cost tuition in the state, and we do it purposely to meet the needs of the students that we prepare. So I think it has a lot to do with who's selling what. Harvard is wonderful, but Harvard is not for everybody.
Clearly, that's my point. We're saying the same thing. I know you're hearing it in a different way. We send, tremendous number of students go to community college. But, and this is, understand, we are student-centric. Students with 25s and 28s on their ACT should have the opportunity to go to four-year school if they want to. Some of them don't want to. Is that, do you understand what I'm saying about that?
I do understand that, but I also think that I just don't like to hear they can't go.
No, yeah.
Bottom line is that they can go and have options. That's my point. Right. And it sounds like you do have a relationship with Tri-C.
A tremendous relationship. And I wish Alex was here because they are our biggest partner. Their on-time graduation rate for CMSD students is 5%. And if you think the families and the kids don't know that, they do. And he's doing unbelievable things to change it. And I must tell you, I respect him tremendously, and Jerry Sue as well. But you've got kids that can succeed at a high level, and those kids are getting saddled with debt. You've been hearing about it all day. And it's a joint problem.
How many of the students in this program, while in high school, are earning the maximum amount of dual credit? Because I could see students this bright finishing an associate degree while they're still in high school, and therefore really
Right.
are only facing 2 years at the university where they have to address any of this.
There's a tremendous number of CMSD students doing the PSOP options or going to High Tech Academy and all of those other options. The number that actually can finish with associate's degree, and I actually just hired one who did exactly that. He's 20 years old. He's got a bachelor's degree from Cleveland State. The number that actually finish is not that great. And again, some of this has to just do with the system, and I'm not the best. Eric Gordon would be a better one to tell you about that specific.
Area though where I think as program people, you ought to consider, how do you change the high school environment so in a way that allows for these kids to maximize. That's the best funding source anybody has for college today.
Oh, no question.
They can maximize in high school. And there's no reason kids this bright shouldn't be able to complete the full transfer
I hope you heard me earlier. I was the one that asked, when are we going to make community college free? I'm a big, huge supporter of it. I'm just telling you the reality of what we deal with on our end when you see these kinds of things. Anybody else? Okay. No, I understand. I get it. And I fully understand your point of view, believe me. So here's the other issue. And, you've all seen this too. In 74, when Pell was established, this is in constant dollars, it paid for more than half of a kid's education. Today, it's about, 25%. And I can tell you this, when I got to college now in 2010, the average gap of the kid we served was $6,000. And today, 5 years later, we serve more kids, we give them more money, we give more money per kid, and the average gap for the kids we serve is $9,300. So, again, choices, and I do understand the point about the choices. I really do. So, again, we all have a challenge around this. And, you want to deliver excellent education. And we really believe we're getting more and more kids ready to succeed in your institutions and finish. I know that if we can hand you kids that'll finish at a 60 to 80% rate, I think you'd be pretty happy to have that kid coming out of this population. So, I think, John, you're on.
So, this is one example. I just happen to have this example. It's a kid. I wanted you to meet this kid, Justin. Just to give you, this kid came into one of our schools in 6th grade. He was 3 years behind, so he's reading at a 3rd grade level. He came in pretty belligerent against any kind of a high expectation school. He didn't like it. We're fortunate enough to have a filmmaker doing a documentary. So this is 7 years of filming in about 4 minutes to show a kid who didn't want to be in a high expectation school evolving into a college kid. Just to give you an idea, because this is a lot of our kids are like this. So enjoy it.
They say it's hard to be an E-Prep student. You don't know what it's like to be an E-Prep student. They went to all these public schools and they got their degrees. Now they don't know what it feels like to be an E-Prep student. They are just staff, and they come to work happy because they know they don't get demerits. They know they don't get detentions. These teachers are annoying.
Now, what we're going to do today is we're going to create a field.
You get tired of looking at these teachers for 50 hours a week. I want to go to a real high school and get a real high school experience. I wanted a real middle school experience, but as you can see, you can't get that.
Today, this afternoon, is really not about money. It's about scholarship. We're awarding you just as if going on to college, you get awarded scholarship monies for your intellectual ability. So let's jump into this. Michael Hines, 10. Sean Hawley, 4. Chanel Hollinger, 3. Isaiah, 6. LaJuro, 7. Danielle Eccles, 13. Justin Alvis, $29.
Thank you very much. Was this your first interview?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah? Are you nervous?
A little.
You don't need to be, okay? The high school that you're going to go to, what are you going to bring with yourself that's going to enrich that high school, make it better?
Things that I can contribute to a high school are my energetic personality and my esprit de corps, and I just a fun person to be around, and I'm very, very, very smart.
It was a humbling experience seeing how far I've come since 6th grade and how immature I was and just how I didn't have much self-control. The elementary school that I was coming from, there weren't any rules, so you could do whatever you wanted. And so when I came to E-Prep, it was like, whoa, what do you mean I need to stand on the left side of the hallway or keep my binder in my left hand? I had other friends who were going to public schools, and I was like, I could be doing that. I don't need to be doing this. This is not going to prepare me. And I was just very angry at the world, myself, just at my parents, at everyone. And then gradually going up to 7th grade, I was like, okay, I'm starting to get the hang of this. I was still a little rough around the edges, but I started to clean it up. And then 8th grade, it was like, okay, now I can see why this is preparing me, because I was applying to the top high schools in Cleveland. And it was a breeze for me because When I saw my other friends coming from public schools and they would say they were going to public high schools, I'm like, I'm applying to Hawken University School, St. Ignatius.
Yes, I love debating. I want to be a lawyer when I get older.
Okay, very good. What makes you want to do that?
I just love debating on topics, and I love fighting for justice.
I'm nervous. My back is sweating, drenched. Before, I would not have even thought of going to these schools. So I definitely see the change that ePrep, put in me as far as ambition and drive and wanting to succeed. After graduating from ePrep, I attended St. Ignatius High School. At St. Ignatius, I was active in the yearbook, on the newspaper. Academically, it was kind of challenging, but I was active in my learning. So if I wasn't understanding something, I was working towards understanding it. When I applied to colleges, I started to notice that in comparison to my peers at St. Ignatius, I was moving just as quickly or even more quickly as them when I was applying for schools, because I had a plan. I knew exactly what schools I was going to be applying to, like I did in 8th grade. And it was a breeze. All I needed to do was write the essays and send them in and pay the application fees and just wait for acceptances. Right now, I am a freshman at Hampton University. I am a double major, strategic communications and international studies student. Once I got on campus, I hit the ground running. I am now a part of the National Association of Black Journalists, the Student Government Association, the Hampton Pre-Alumni Council, and I wrote an article for the newspaper.
I have come a long way since my first days walking the halls of the ePrep building.
I know that my experience at Breakthrough and the self-discipline and the perseverance that I was taught there and at St. Ignatius definitely helped me during my college experience to push through and get the work done, because freshman year is a very impressionable time. I just got my first semester grades and I achieved a 3.3 GPA. I wish I was here to thank each and every one of you personally for the opportunity and the support that you gave us to succeed in our education and realize our dreams.
So that's one kid. Amani was another kid. Not every kid's like that, but I just want to give you an idea how kids change over time and how we're trying to make a little bit of a difference. The only ask we have today, and I'm going to actually give you a handout, and I think I want to talk to some of you at this front group, but the ask is that some of you may want to talk to us if we come and see you and help us solve the problem. Some of you said we can solve a problem right now, so that's great. And then maybe others of you may also want to meet with us. And that's all we ask, to help us figure it out. And, if you said, hey, we already figured it out, it's done, great, then I guess the problem's solved. But there may be some others of you that have some ideas that could help too. Lee, did you want to run through some of these just real quick? And I'll hand out everything you see, I'll hand out. And then if you're interested, give me your card afterwards. One of us will follow up and we'll meet and we'll learn and we'll try to do this the right way.
Well, we have, hello, Senator. College Now has obviously had success with this population of students. And I do want to clarify, because in fairness to those of you from community college, our statistics on this 80% graduation rate, 60 to 80%, really isn't community college kids, because we don't need to fund them because they do go for free. We do mentor them. So most of the kids we're focusing are in residential or that kind of thing. But here's what we've done. And these are things we know are working. Many of you are probably doing it, but just very quickly. Create the shortest paths. Make sure they're not taking classes they're not going to succeed at. We've seen great results with making sure kids have the most intrusive advising, proactive advising possible. Make sure they can find their peers on campus. That's hugely important. If they're comfortable, they're more likely to stay. Give them enough funding so they don't really have to work millions of jobs or multiple jobs, and then they don't wind up in a odd jackpot after year one when they are really going to persist, and then they start to run out of money. Any kind of mentoring program that's brought to you that you think has legitimacy, embrace it. We know it works. And other than that, thank you so much for your time. We're looking forward to talking to you about it, and always appreciate the opportunity to be here. Thank you, Senator, too.
Thank you. It's lunch. Wonderful. Grab sandwiches. Senator Portman will arrive in a moment. You understand? Why don't you grab lunch, get your sandwiches, go through. With that, and we'll listen to the rise. And we expect House members to be here. We invite the whole delegation. Many say yes, most say yes, but then votes come. Promises. Promises. Food's good.
just first say to the senior senator and to my senator from Ohio, thank you for joining this annual event. But probably of more significance and importance, thanks to you as college presidents from across this state for traveling to Washington and letting us have the opportunity to see you, to meet with you, and more importantly, to hear from you. This is always a special event for me, and it's always at the same time that I'm on the furthest end of the House and that we have votes in a few minutes. But this morning I spent much of my day at the Senate. But you're here to talk about education, so let me just say, I would not be here but for that little 4-year institution up on the hill called Central State University. So to who I will always call my president, Dr. Cynthia Hammonds, thank you for what you do. And then leaving there allowed me to go to another great Ohio university, and that's Wright State University. And from there it led me to the University of Cincinnati, another great institution. And then that led me to the Ohio State University. Now, while I did not go there, I worked there for 4 years. So I think I ought to get some kind of alumni degree for being there. But what you do is so important. And when we look at what's happening with tuition costs, you run a big company. When you think about being president, when we think about the Pell Grant and how it helps folks like me and my siblings who all went to college, which was rare for children being born in the 40s and the 50s and the 60s, that all 6 of us went to not only undergraduate, but all had graduate degrees. And it says a lot for parents and teachers and educators and college presidents, because I can tell you the name of every one of my college presidents because they made an investment in me. They talked to the students, they came along and helped encourage, and so what you do is so powerful, but you have to help us because everyone does not feel like Senator Sherrod Brown and many members of the Ohio delegation and myself. But I can make a pledge to you that I am with you on higher education. I'm with you on trying to figure out ways to keep the Pell Grant. We're seeing a lot of bills coming out on the Senate side, commingling things, rolling things together. But you are very fortunate because we have a great Ohio delegation. And I pledge to work with my colleagues, not only the 4 of us on the House side who are Democrats, but I pledge to make that bridge across to the other side because it's not about politics. It's about our children and starting pre-K through life. And so you're engaged in that through life. So thank you for being here and allowing me to come. And with me is my Chief of Staff, Kimberly Ross.
Thank you for making it over here. President Hodge will introduce the next panel, right?
Thank you, Sarah. Thanks for joining.
Thank you.
That's okay. Can we ask the panel members to please come forward and find their seats? We've got a couple of people arriving late, so we'll start in just a couple of minutes.
Thank you.
might be short a chair. Zakia can have a seat. Fabulous.
There we go.
I'm sure. It's like very phased. Like, I don't know. She insulted me before she knew. Or excuse me, not Libby May. Not Libby May. She's communication stuff. One of my good friends. Hi.
Hi, I'm Sarah.
Hi, Iris. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Iris. This should be fun.
Totally. It'd be interesting. I guess Zakia's running late, would be my guess. Hi. Iris Palmer. I know, right? I like having that unusual name. No, I totally understand what you're saying, because you're sure it's also kind of, it's older, right? Similar? It's just weird? It's made up? Okay.
My brother's name's Charlie Brown, so I got a better deal.
You
That's
totally
awesome. Hi, Senator. Nice to see you.
Did you have any Irises in your school? Chuck Schumer's wife is Irish.
You know what? I've met them, but not in my school. So mostly Hispanic, actually. It's a more common Hispanic name.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I've met quite a few Hispanic Irises, but that's about it.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Senator.
So what do we say about affirmative action and first generation students? I was like,
Yeah, I was like, I was a little stumped there, but
pretty sure
I'm thinking we can
that's
maybe,
about race.
thinking we can maybe not necessarily get to that.
I
So,
told Michelle and Zakia, I was like, Michelle and Zakia can take that one.
yeah.
I'm not gonna touch it. But like just what do you do with first generation students? I think that's.
I mean, I think there's like so many,
And free community college, and it's only it's only 40 minutes of talking.
and there's like 6 of us.
And there's a lot of us,
yeah.
and we all talk, so.
Yeah.
I think we'll be all right.
Yeah, what I had flagged for Kia in advance of this was, so we're doing a lot of work on undocumented students in higher ed, so I was going to try to bring in like the immigrant
Oh, that's
first gen
great.
lens to the conversation. So
I'm gonna try to bring in a little bit of the state policy perspective, even though it won't necessarily matter to this group, given how many of them are private. But at least the flexible student aid, they can do that part. That's more relevant to them. How is Ohio on undocumented?
I think they don't have any explicit bans, but also this with them being private is where it's really helpful because they can do so much as private institutions. So
Do they have in-state tuition for undocumented? No.
So let me double check. Actually, that was something I was trying to do in a cab but forgot.
There should be like an easy list.
Well, we
You have one?
we created it. Hi, stranger.
I thought I was late, and then I was like, oh, good. They haven't transitioned yet.
And then it's hard to get I was texting Michelle, and then she stopped responding, and I was like, oh, crap.
You're like, they must be talking without me.
Which I don't really particularly care about. I was just like, they're just going to look at me. Just remove my name tag. Act like I was never here.
You didn't do that.
Especially when you made your way all the way from the Lumina offices. It's kind of far. And getting through all the security and everything.
Everybody all ready?
Yes, sir.
Thank you for doing this.
Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. We're delighted now to have our second panel, which is on access and challenges for first-generation students. I'm David Hodge, president of Miami University, and I am a first-generation student. So I have some experience with this, although I must say it was very different 50 years ago to be a first-generation student going to college than it is today. Very, very different all along through that. So today the goal is to explore how we can do a better job of encouraging first-generation students to go to college, and I think even more importantly, how we can make sure that they're successful when they are in college. One observation that I would also make is that as important as it is to look at these individuals as a group with special needs and to make sure that we are sensitive to those. As so often the case, as we address the needs of this particular group, we discover things that are applicable to all sorts of other people. That is, issues of good mentoring and other sorts of things that turn out to be very powerful ingredients to the success of our students, turn out to be powerful ingredients to the success of our students writ large, and I think that's an important theme too. So you have the bios of our individuals inside your packet. I encourage you to read them. They're very interesting. These folks have done lots of interesting work and are in the front lines of many of these issues. So I'll simply note their titles in the introductions today. We have Michelle Cooper, who's the president of the Institute for Higher Education Policy. Jose Luis Santos, vice president for Higher Education Policy and Practice, Ed Trust. Iris Palmer, senior policy analyst, New America Foundation. Sarah Audello, policy director, Generation Progress. Zakia Smith, strategy director, Lumina Foundation. And our moderator is Richard Kallenberg, senior fellow, the Century Foundation. Please welcome our guests.
Great, well, thanks very much. And it's wonderful to be here, and I think that I probably can speak for all the panelists when I say when Senator Brown asks us to assemble, we all have such respect for him that we all come running, and what an opportunity to speak to with such a distinguished audience that we have here today. So I guess I thought part of my job was to introduce the panel, but we've done that already, so we'll get right down to business. I think this issue of inequality in higher education is central to our larger debates about inequality in society. Some of you may have seen Robert Putnam's new book, Our Kids, which talks a lot about Ohio in particular, and he is predicting a plunge in social mobility in this country if we don't make a course correction. So you all are pivotal players in this debate, and we have a wonderful panel of experts who can help guide us through these issues, particularly with respect to first-generation students. So because we have a fairly large panel, we thought I would just ask 3 questions, and we'll go through that. Those questions, get answers from our panelists on those, and then go directly to discussion. So we want to make this very interactive. So the first question that I want to ask for our panelists has to do with ensuring success of first-generation students, low-income students, students of color at our institutions of higher education. The William T. Grant Foundation recently found that 86% of students who graduate from high school go on to some form of college. So we've made some progress on the access side, not enough, but we are now in a better position than we used to be. But you all know that there are still challenges with getting students through college, particularly first-generation students. So the first question for the panel is, what are the best practices and policies for ensuring success for first-generation students? And I'm going to up the ante by saying, tell us something new. This is a very knowledgeable audience, so if there's any particular insights that you think are related to new research, that would be great. And also tell us something hopeful, something that can that all of us can take home and be encouraged by, if there is something like that. So why don't we start with you, Michelle, and then on the other questions we'll mix up the order.
Okay. Well, good afternoon. Thank you all for inviting me here. It's a pleasure. And certainly I can echo what Richard said when I got the invitation to be here from Senator Brown. I was very excited to accept, not only because of my respect for his leadership in terms of higher education, but also because at my organization, Institute for Higher Education Policy, we have worked with several institutions from the state of Ohio and have seen the amazing work that you all are doing across the state. Two of those projects I'll mention are Project Win-Win, where we worked with several institutions helping to identify students who were completers who had left college without a degree, as well as near completers, and we also worked in a Gates-funded effort called Completion by Design. So know something about many of the institutions here, so I'm happy to respond to the questions that Richard has outlined, as well as some that you all may ask. In terms of your question, you offered an interesting challenge, something new and something hopeful. Well, I don't have either. I like to follow directions, but I don't think I can oblige because, in all honesty, when it does come to first-generation students, I'm not going to tell you all the statistics. You all know that this population of students is slowly increasing on our college campuses, and nationwide, they represent about 52% of all college students today. And as President Hodge said, while many of you in this room were similar to him, who might have been first-generation college students, the needs that they have today are so different than the needs that they had even 10, 15 years ago. So my suggestion, and it's only one suggestion that I have for you all in terms of what you do to support these students better, and I just say to let data drive your decision-making. So that's not new, that's not innovative, but that's the right thing to do. I could give you a whole list of initiatives and innovative ideas that we've seen at lots of other institutions, and I'd be happy to do that if you're interested. But I really believe that you have to, first of all, know your students, know who they are, who that population is, and know what works in serving them, but also you have to know what doesn't work for serving them. And so if I rattle off a long list of initiatives, they may work for one institution, but they may not be the thing that drives your institution to success. So I just can't stress the importance of really letting data drive your progress. Data from enrollment to progression metrics, to outcome metrics, and it's really important for you to think about outcomes in terms of graduation, but also about learning outcomes and those post-graduation outcomes. Like that helps you tell your story much more thoughtfully and in a more compelling way than any of us could ever do. The other thing about knowing your data and letting data to drive your decision-making is that there's a byproduct in that you become, okay. Okay. Did anybody hear all that other stuff I just said?
The camera didn't hear it, but everybody in the room heard it. You're
okay.
Good.
So the byproduct of allowing data to drive your decision making is that it makes your institution stronger. It helps in terms of institutional improvement. You're able to know where your strengths are as well as your weaknesses. So I'll stop right there.
Hello, everyone. Also a pleasure to be here. I'm really excited that I have a captive audience of presidents of universities. I think that's a big deal because we have an opportunity here to talk about a number of things. I think Michelle did a great job in just kind of outlining some key markers around what institutions can do, not necessarily innovative and transformative with respect to looking at your data, paying attention to what works, what doesn't work, all that I echo. So what I would add to that, to the conversation is, again, having a captive audience, is that presidents at colleges and universities, you're not helpless. You really have a lot of power and a lot of influence to really have an impact on the success initiatives of first-generation students, all students first and foremost, but particularly students who are either marginalized or have specific challenges. When we're talking about costs, you're in the front seat with respect to mitigating those costs, mitigating affordability. And there's a number of evidence-based approaches that we can discuss in this conversation as well. But what I would add to the conversation here is that with respect to something new or what's working, at the end of the day, what's really effective is a president, a provost, senior leadership team that's committed to seeing improvement with respect to their students, particularly those students that are struggling. Those commitments and looking at evidence-based techniques out there to move the needle on moving students, or getting students to your campuses, also moving them through, and to, of course, baccalaureate attainment. So we can discuss those different techniques. And then the other piece about looking at your data is, I think, just being brutally honest with what the data says. I think as presidents, you all know that nobody wants to be pointed out that your graduation rates are low or subpar or you're not performing well. I think nobody really wants to hear that, but the reality is you have to stare at those numbers, at those rates, look at your achievement gaps between your different student groups, your high-income student groups, your low-income student groups, and stare that in the face and make a commitment to do something about it. And we have examples of colleges and universities throughout this country who have done just that and have made that commitment to do something about it and are having incredible gains with this particular population, first-generation students. So I look forward to having the opportunity to discuss this with you further, and as questions come up, I look forward to the discussion.
I've got one for you right now. Is there a particular institution that, in your mind, has done a really great job that other institutions could emulate?
Sure. I mean, the real popular ones that get thrown around all the way up through the President of the United States is the Georgia State model using predictive analytics. I mean, there's a lot of variations of that. The whole notion that, as Michelle indicated, that you have to look at the data. No longer is it good enough if you're committed to your students to think about the anecdotal process of why students fail or succeed in certain classes. Here's the other thing that they were able to do. They actually were able to engage their faculty. So as a former faculty member at a top elite university in California and also at a private university, there's different models to do that. And I know as a faculty member that unless somebody engages me, here's the thing, as a faculty member, I developed my syllabus. I decided what was going to be taught in the classroom, and I decided what was effective and whether or not my students were learning. Well, nobody trained me pedagogically to have the best practices in the classroom, right? There was just an assumption once I got my PhD, I could be a great professor, right? At least I had the potential. What Georgia State did and others is actually engage their faculty. And we have models at the community college level, too, that actually engage their faculty, particularly their math faculty, where they actually sat down and looked at where students were dropping out, particularly low-income students, first-generation students, and they actually looked at the whole swath of students. So these are just about a couple examples, and I have others, but the idea here is the faculty becomes a central part of the equation, and as presidents of campuses, I know that can be a tall order sometime, depending on your shared governance structure and whatnot, but faculty are an important element in the discussion. There are also techniques that you don't necessarily have to bring faculty on board right away, that you can kind of get this ball rolling and looking at the data and then making the case based on the data. And then once faculty kind of look at that, they say, oh, wow, I thought that X, Y, and Z. And the data, in large part, tends to disprove any myths that faculty hold, myself included.
I would just like to add one institution that I've worked very closely with, and that's the University of Texas, El Paso. They have also used faculty as allies in institutional transformation. They have revamped their entire institutional research function to look at predictive analytics. They have learned about their students. They certainly knew some things about their students, but by embracing data, they learned that they were more than just Latino students. They were first-generation students. They were English language learners. They were low-income students, and they were able to create models for figuring out what points along the college pathways that they started to have trouble, and they used that data to revamp those areas. Primarily, it was along the lines of math and other really important intro gateway courses.
So, is ours on? I think it is. Okay. Just to add on to the data piece, it may seem really obvious, but just coming up with a uniform definition of what you consider first generation in your institution and marking that in your data system so you can actually look at your interventions and see how they're working with this population. I would also encourage working across the state and the state data system to actually come up with a similar common definition for first generation. It's a notoriously difficult thing to define and to create sort of coherence around a definition, which makes it obviously very difficult to figure out which students these interventions are actually working for. So it's something that seems very obvious, but you can't overlook it as you're looking at the data and looking at how your interventions are working. I think most of us know that these students tend to be concentrated in under-resourced or less resourced institutions. And the predictive analytics and some of the things that my colleagues talked about are wonderful, and they can be affordable for some of these institutions, but there's also just really simple, lower cost things that you can do to start to work with this population and hopefully increase their success. And there's actually some research around it, and you may already know it, but we'll try that anyway. So there's this idea of mindset interventions that was experimented with at the University of Texas and in some other places by David Yeager. And he found that when he just had a random group of students just read about how the brain is plastic and how you'll learn and do better and how it was hard at first at UT, but you get better at it, that it had no effect at all on the credit accumulation of students who were not underserved. But for students that were underserved, it actually increased their credit accumulation in their first semester by 4 percentage points, which may not sound like a lot, but is actually an intervention that's incredibly cheap and easy to do. They're actually implementing it now across all of UT's transition courses and all the their courses coming in to help students, their orientation. Also, the research on nudging is very interesting. I'm sure it's also very famous. Ben Castleton has done a lot of research that shows that with just about $5 per student, if you text students at the right time to remind them to get their paperwork in, apply for their financial aid, and these things, that it increased almost 20% the sophomore year persistence of community college students. Really cheap, incredibly effective intervention to keeping students enrolled and persisting. And because this is such a culture shift for most of these students who are first generation, these are things that can start to make them see that they can be successful in this new environment, and that there are places to turn, and that if they just persist and don't get discouraged, that they can be successful. The only last thing I would add is flexible financial aid. So a lot of these students are living right on the edge, and the slightest thing can derail their entire college experience, right? So allowing financial aid that can just in small chunks be allocated to mitigate some of these disasters for these students. My car breaks down, my babysitter quit, all these things. If you can just $600 here, $150 here, these make a huge difference for this population because they don't have a cushion that some of these other students have. So if you can start to add to that and help them adapt to the environment, I think that can be very successful.
Hi, everyone. My name is Sherrod. I'm from Generation Progress, and I'm also very grateful to be here. I want to build on a few of what the previous panelists said, but also to zoom in a little bit and when we're talking about first-generation students, the importance to focus on who we're talking about with these different characteristics. So a fact that the White House put out about a few months ago is that 15% of the millennial generation was not born in the United States. And this is a number that we've not seen in the U.S. since like the 1920s. And so when we're talking about first-generation students, there's those who were born in a different country and they may be undocumented themselves, and we are doing an increasing amount of work on the need to support undocumented students in higher education, whether it's via in-state tuition and financial aid or university-based aid. And the other thing is we're talking about a lot of students who maybe they were born here, but their parents were not. And so like in a lot of conversations we have about students, the assumed support that parents may be able to give is not necessarily there. And there could be many things that are part of that. And so what we try to think about when we're talking about first-generation students is also about that family unit that they're a part of and also maybe responsible for supporting. So and this is also, it's anecdotal, I don't have the data to back it up, but in talking with a lot of students, like yes, they might be in the university themselves and they might be doing a work study job or they might be working part-time outside of work study systems. They're not only supporting themselves, but they're also sending money back to family because so many families, as you all know, have been hit by the recession. And so students are not only taking on the responsibility to support themselves, but also mom and dad, maybe siblings, maybe their own children. And so this is for us, how do we, when we're talking about first gen, to look at these different needs and what this means as they're trying to complete their education themselves. one of the things that we've seen popping up is this flexible grant aid piece, which I've been working with a lot, a first-gen student program at Georgetown University, where they basically have a grant application process so that students can apply for money should, for example, a student I heard from recently, his glasses broke. And he didn't have the money to fix his glasses. Well, how's he supposed to pay attention if he doesn't have glasses? For some of your students who might not be from Ohio and used to like winter, for example, we know students that sometimes it's literally a coat. Like there'll be $200 set aside that students can apply for a coat, or maybe they're from Ohio and still don't have one anyways. Other things, if students that you're working with are not from your immediate area where your school is at, having money that students can apply to be able to go home for holiday breaks, because we know that oftentimes if you have dorms on campus where students live, those close. But if you're very low income, you may not have the money to go home. And not only for like the spring break or the winter break, but sometimes I've heard of universities that'll have an additional pot of money if there's a family emergency that comes up. For some of our students, we think about that we've been working with, there are issues that come up, especially if you're in a mixed status household. We've heard from students who have had their family members go through deportation proceedings while they're in school, which obviously can have a massive impact on their ability to focus on school, let alone when we're looking at issues like police brutality and violence happening in communities. What does that mean if that's your community back home and you're trying to focus in school? So having available resources for students to process through these needs while they're trying to take on the academic challenges of university is so important. At the same time, a lot of you may have those resources, but what we found with a lot of students is they don't know how to navigate these systems. And so there's been some interesting models of schools trying to target extra support to students, especially first-generation students, literally on how to navigate the programs that are available to them. We see this a lot, I think, in especially student debt spaces of, look, there's all these repayment plans. They're so confusing. Literally having someone to walk people through those steps. For your institution, it might be, oh, well, here's where you can go get counseling. Oh, here's where you can go, not just for your financial aid, but to walk you through some of the concerns that may come up. Here's where there's a chaplaincy, for example, and where you can go to get more spiritual support if that's something that students need. A lot of schools have a lot of support out there, but trying to navigate through them can be really confusing and sometimes really overwhelming, especially if a university system is not something you're accustomed to. And the other thing I would just add in terms of the faculty piece, this has been so important because especially when we're in academic contexts and really trying to encourage students to think outside of the box, a lot of times there'll be issues that come up that they can identify with in their own lives that other students may not be as familiar with. So if you're talking about issues of poverty and racism and maybe parents who or family members who have been incarcerated, sometimes we've seen instances where faculty members are not as open to realizing those issues could be directly impacting students in their own classrooms. And so trying to walk faculty through, here's the diversity of experiences that exist, and trying to make sure on how to facilitate a positive environment so those who have been directly impacted by things like deportation, by things like incarceration, by issues like poverty, we want to make sure those students are not feeling alienated in the classrooms. And a lot of faculty don't mean it. They just don't. For many, these are new populations that they're working with as well. And so really engaging faculty on the front end to understand, yes, these are also students in your classroom, and we need to make sure that they feel safe so that, yes, there can be a difference of opinion and ideas. That's what academia is for. But also students can feel safe and welcome in the meantime.
Great. So everyone, as the last person to talk on this issue where so many other people have said lots of things, and we fund a lot of research on not necessarily first-generation students, but low-income students and students who may be part of that group. But I'll try to summarize what I think I heard, because some of what I said was like, oh, they already said that, they already said that, they already said that. First-generation students are that's a very broad category. So I think some of what we're talking about is very relevant to low-income students. So students that may be low-income, maybe their parents got a certificate, an associate's degree or whatever, but they're still very low-income and they're trying to navigate the system. So they're not technically first-generation, but they're still very low-income. Other first-generation students, I think, often are racial or ethnic minorities, right? So may not actually be low income. They, My dad's from Ohio, and I always tell this story when I come to this conference, so if you've heard it before, just laugh anyway, or it's not really funny. But, my dad's from Ohio. He's the first person in his family to go to college. He's from Akron. And in Akron, he went to Firestone Middle School, I believe, and Goodyear High School, or either or, I can't remember. But, the rubber companies were very large, and they're not there anymore, right? So everyone else in our family had a really, not everyone else, but most of his older brothers and sisters, which there were like 7, had a really good middle-class life, working in those factories without having to go to college. And he was the first one. He really just said he tried to get away from the smell of burning rubber. And so that's why he went to Ohio University, if anyone is hear from there.
That's where my parents went, too.
Oh, look at that. So, he, I guess my point is he wasn't necessarily from a low-income family, although he was probably lower income than many of his peers, but he was still first generation, and there are many students like that, less now because it's harder to be middle class if you don't have a post-secondary degree, but some of whom aren't necessarily low income, but still don't know what it's like to navigate the college process. So the application stuff, the stuff about, oh, wait, the dorms close, for Thanksgiving. I didn't know I was supposed to have money to go back home. Just the stuff that comes with not knowing the mechanics of it, of going through something for the first time. And all of us can relate to this. If, the first time you come to this visitor center, you're like, I don't know how to get to, it took me 15 minutes just to get from the front door down here because I didn't, remember this, that, or the other. So there are a lot of experiences like that. But I guess my point is there are different things for different types of first generation students. So if you're low income, there are unique challenges that you have from being low income. If you're a racial or ethnic minority, there are problems of race that are different than problems of just being low income. And if you're just first generation, but you don't necessarily fall into any of those other categories, there may be some unique challenges as well. And so just to think about that a little bit, the main, I guess, I don't know if it's a piece of advice, but I grew up in Georgia. And I think about the Georgia State example a lot because most of my classmates went to college. Well, we all went to college at a time before Georgia State had those amazing reforms to get everybody to graduate on time. So I kind of remember not all of us, but those of us that went to college, we kind of kept in touch. And I went to a highly resourced research institution where it was virtually impossible to fail. I also went to a highly resourced graduate school where it was literally impossible to fail, and because if you didn't do your work, they just say, oh, just come back. We'll give you an incomplete, and just come back when you're ready, and that's an interesting phenomenon of itself. But when I would talk to my friends that were at Georgia State, the thing that I realized was that it wasn't like rocket science where they weren't completing, and none of them graduated on time. So I felt like we were kind of we all went to the same high school. We all kind of came from the same neighborhood. I don't feel like I'm that much smarter than anyone else. I happen to, have parents who went to college, so I was very into looking at colleges, so I wanted to go to this type of college. But every year, or every semester, I got a note in the thing that said you have to meet with your advisor, and we would have a great 30-minute meeting where we talked about my life and my plans and what classes I wanted to take and yada, yada, yada. And that's like, just a thing that happens at, liberal arts or Research One colleges because you have the resources to do it. I don't feel like it's particularly useful to say to someone that doesn't have the resources to give every student a 30-minute meeting every semester, you know what you should do? You should really give every student. But what Georgia State ended up doing was using technology to try to give students those nudges about what classes they weren't taking. So I guess the cutting through the story is when I would talk to my classmates, none of them had any advising whatsoever. I mean, so the stuff where they are now is kind of leaps and bounds ahead of where they were. And I say, well, why aren't you, it's 6 years out, why haven't you graduated yet? And I say, oh man, I took English 101A instead of English 101B, and now that was a precursor for the other classes and whatever. And I was like, well, why didn't your advisor tell you that was the wrong class? And they're like, what are you talking about? I got the book, everybody gets the book, I read the book wrong, and now I have to, go back and take the thing. So some of these things, I think, are useful to know that there are technological systems that are coming up in place that people can invest a smaller amount in. And I guess I also say if I used to work in K-12, and I know it's like heretical to talk about K-12 and higher ed together, but the thing that would be best for every student is to have a 24-hour around-the-clock mentor / tutor that can help them with every question whenever they need it. That's extremely expensive and not really practical. So when I think about what would be helpful for first-generation college students, the financial barriers are huge. They're great. You know, the social and, you know, emotional barriers are huge. They're tremendous. So it'd be great to have fully paid, you know, including your cost of living so that you don't have to work 3 and 4 jobs. It'd be great for your parents to have a living wage so that you're not sending money back. It'd be great to have a social system where you don't have, you know, your friends and things dying in the street and your parents being deported. And so part of what we have to deal with first generation students is and I think when you come from kind of a, particularly when you come from a low-income background, you know that it's tougher for you. But to just acknowledge that and be empathetic about it, even if you can't solve all the problems, I think that goes, in many of these instances, it just goes so far to just say, hey, I get it. Life is not as easy for you as it is for, you know, somebody else, but we're here for you. We're here to support you in whatever ways you can. And just having somebody that knows that, that it is harder is sometimes something that can be as helpful as some of these other things.
So I just want to give a shout out to Sinclair Community College. I think he's here. Anyway, he was, yeah, that they've done a great job setting up similar systems to the ones we've been talking about at Georgia State. And it does help sort of streamline and target the limited resources of those counselors and advisors to people who are getting off track for some kind of plan. And that I want to give Ohio and particularly Sinclair props for that.
Those were a lot of terrific answers on these questions. If I have my math right, we will run out. We will go on for another hour or so with the next 2 questions. So why don't I just throw them out and you decide if you can answer one of the 2, and briefly, and then we'll get to discussion. So there are 2 other issues I wanted to raise. One has to do with community colleges, and the other has to do with affirmative action at 4-year colleges. So hopefully we'll have issues of interest across the board here. So the Century Foundation put together a task force on community colleges, and Michelle was one of our distinguished members, and we identified 2 major issues, the inequality in funding of community colleges and the increased stratification, where we're seeing fewer and fewer upper middle class and middle class students attending community college. And on the one hand, that's kind of the crowning glory of the community college sector, that 2-year institutions are educating students who wouldn't necessarily have access to other to 4-year institutions. But at the same time, we've known since Brown versus Board that separate is unequal, and that when institutions are educating almost exclusively low-income and working-class students, they may not have the same political capital as 4-year institutions. So I'm wondering if you can talk about what programs could be put in place to strengthen community colleges and to address these inequalities in funding and stratification. And then the second question has to do with affirmative action. And we worked with the Lumina Foundation on kind of new paths to higher education diversity. Given the U.S. Supreme Court's recent decisions on affirmative action, there's a University of Texas case that may make its way back up to the Supreme Court. There are lawsuits challenging the use of race in admissions at Harvard and UNC that are now working their way through the courts. About a third of students now live in states where affirmative action has been banned by public initiative or public referendum. And so the question is, for first-generation students in particular, could these rollbacks in affirmative action provide the opportunity for a new kind of affirmative action that emphasizes economic status and first-generation students as an indirect way of getting racial and ethnic diversity, and also meeting the needs of students who are not now currently being served by selective colleges? In 2 minutes.
Okay, so I will just answer one of those questions, and that question will be related to community colleges. As I mentioned in my opening comments, we at IHEP did a project called Project Win-Win. The essence of that project was to help community colleges identify students who had amassed enough credit hours to have earned a degree, but walked away without one, and to bring back students who were within a semester short of finishing that degree. What we were able to find is that for many students, the reasons they had walked away without the degree was that they didn't know they had earned it. They may have come to school seeking one particular pathway, but ended up taking a variety of other courses that put them on another pathway. So we were able to help these institutions. We worked with 60 community colleges in 9 states, helped them to identify the students, and in that first round, we helped 4,500 students who had already earned their degree actually get their degree. And in that process, we realized that there are some institutional barriers that were created probably for very good reasons, but they were hindrances to the students. One was around clear pathways to the degree. The other was around opt-in, opt-out degree policies with the registrar's office. And another one was just parking and library fines. You can't get the degree if you owe some money. So those were 3 things that we found. And so I offer this as a strategy for helping students who have already been a part of your system to get the credit that they have already earned. We will hopefully be reincarnating this project and working with more institutions starting at this fall. So I will be sure to make sure that Senator Brown knows about this so he can reach out to you all and others in Ohio and other partnering colleges that you know of, because I think that this is, in fact, a win-win, a win for the institution and a win for the students.
So I'm just going to split my time between the two, if that's okay. Really quickly. So I'll take the affirmative action one first, with both the just thinking about Prop 209 in California, and then the kind of the copycats that went forward, Washington and so forth, and then the court cases, particularly Bollinger at the University of Michigan, then Hopwood, and kind of set the whole the 10% plan in place. Look, I did a piece there on Prop 209. We looked at the policies pre, during, and post Prop 209, and they had a devastating effect. And some of my other colleagues, Brian Puster at UVA and others, have demonstrated and showed that it's just the policy itself. Really, Gary Orfield, a colleague at UCLA of mine, the chilling effect that happened as a result of these policies, they were just terrible, and they had huge, significant enrollment effects. So they do matter, and that's a matter of state law. Now, with respect to the community colleges, enrollment, and once you have the students, what do you do with them? Look, I think Michelle is right, and we're engaged in this kind of work too on the practice side. There are very tangible things that folks can do on colleges and universities, and you can lead the way at your universities. The simple policies you have, the registrar's office, coordination of enrollment management, institutional research, looking at the data, looking at your advising. What's your capacity on advising? Zakiya talked about this whole notion of identifying where folks are having difficulty. These folks usually are on the front lines. So I kind of look at the affirmative action question, the question of community college funding, largely all of this converging around policies that have really shifted the emphasis from the public good and how we view things to the private good. We've really shifted our tax base, shifted the cost from a taxpayer to the individual. Well, as a result, guess what? Institutions have also shifted their policies from need-based to more merit-based. Again, you're in the driver's seat. You have an impact. You can make a difference, kind of rectifying, going back in the other direction, or at least looking for opportunities to generate revenue to help these students. I know in Ohio you have the, what is the Ohio College Opportunity Grant? That's, I think that's still 100% need-based. That's still one to advocate for. And again, on the institution side, we know the numbers. First generation, low-income students, sizable proportions gravitate to the 2-year and the for-profit sector. And when they end up on our campuses on the 4-year side, guess what? They have a lot of developmental needs, developmental education. Again, you can do something that's very tangible. There's a lot of different techniques that you can do, utilize, co-requisite education, redesign some of your programs to kind of get these folks through and earn credit fast and early. That's a big deal, and you move a lot of these folks through your pipeline at the 4-year.
So originally, one of the things that was mentioned in this in the question about community colleges was the president's free community college proposal and sort of the pros and cons. And I think for first-generation students, the really strong pro of that proposal is that it's clear and concise, and it encourages all students to go to college, right? I know if I make this grade point average, I'm going to have this 100% paid for. It's going to be free, right? It's not actually free, which is one of the problems. But that it's clear and it's a good messaging thing. I think some of the issues with it for all students in first generation, in particular, is issues with graduation rates at community colleges, how they serve those students, and while they're getting better, it's still not the same as some of our more prestigious four-year institutions. Issues with transfer, right? We've worked a lot on transfer, but it hasn't been fixed. I would say capacity issues. If every student starts at the community college, there's only so big and so fast community colleges can grow to actually serve that capacity well. I would say that competition for students with the 4 years, I know, is a huge issue just because enrollments all across the board are declining in a lot of states. And so shifting all of your students for the first 2 years into community colleges can be just a financial issue for four-year, especially regional four-year institutions. But I just wanted to quickly address that as part of the community college conversation.
Great, I think that was 2 minutes.
Well done. So I think, not to go deep in some of the affirmative action pieces, but I will say that 40% of the millennial generation identify as people of color. And so we need to make sure that our universities are reflecting the diversity that already exists within the generation, be it affirmative action or whatever ways we can get there. We need to make sure our students of color are being educated and that there is diversity in the classroom. In terms of the community college proposal, whether it's free community college or other, I think the good news is that we're trying to get back to this notion of education as a public good, because when we look at the for-profit sector, like Jose Luis mentioned, or others, there's too much emphasis put on the individual for individual students to kind of make it happen themselves, and we know that's not the case. We know that's not the case because the minimum wage has not grown in a way for young people to be able to work during the summer and be able to pay for their higher education during the school year. Something that we are really interested in and following with this community college proposal is looking at the transferability of credits, because we want to make sure that students who want to go and complete their degree are able to do so. And so I've heard of some schools that have interesting models where, be it public or private, they're really partnering hard with their community colleges to make sure that pathway is very clear and easy, so students are moving from one place to the other. I think that's something that we're really interested in, as well as this notion of, if we're trying to get more resources going into community colleges via this free community college system or others, how can we make sure the community colleges, it's not just about the tuition and fees being supported, but there's additional counselors and academic support so that students really are, and flexibility, so there's classes offered in the evening, that there's counselors who can offer that more one-on-one support for students who may not otherwise, who actually need it. So those are kind of some of the things that we're watching as these proposals roll out.
So I'll try to wrap both of these into the same comment, which is that what your question was addressing was the fact that students are becoming more segregated. And I think colleges and universities are becoming more segregated by race and by class. And one of the more interesting reports that has come out within the past 5 or 6 years has been the Georgetown Center on Education and the Workforce, Separate and Unequal, which showed some really ridiculously high percentage of white students go to the same 400 four-year colleges, and then the majority of Black and Latino students go to community colleges or non-selective colleges. And so that's not to say, I think sometimes we think that means something about the colleges, but I think it really speaks to the fact that, I don't believe that that's the way that, I guess, intellectual curiosity is broken out in the country. So I think there's something else going on behind that, and that speaks to both how we use and think about community colleges, as well as how we think about affirmative action. And community colleges can be great. There's the idea behind them from the Truman Commission being that there's bringing higher education right to you to give more kind of real and relevant things. But I also think about when you segment any one particularly under-resourced group into a place, one, it puts a strain on that resource because it takes more to serve that type of student. And then the second thing, it kind of stigmatizes that brand a little bit. So I think the answers, I don't have the ability to answer the question in 2 minutes, but I do think we're struggling a little bit with just as a society what our values are and where we're pushing people. And then, again, not to say anything about that place is a bad place, but if you tell instead of there being complete meritocracy and egalitarianism where you look at the breakdown of your each type of college, and it looks the same, and what is different is the type of things that they're the services they're offering. So the community college is offering associate's degrees, the other college is not. But other than that, all the types of students are the same. That's not the case that we see, and that's also not the case of what we see when we're looking at affirmative action issues.
Okay, questions from you all? Yes, Marvin.
So I actually had peer mentoring on my list because I think it is a pretty low resource intervention depending on who you bring in to train and sort of provide the program for the peer mentors. It can be that you're just allocating some faculty or administrator time to that, and the rest of it is sort of, comes with the partnership that you've created with the organization that's running it, right? And it does show. I don't think that there's been a lot of rigorous research. I could be totally wrong, but I do think it shows that the people who are the peer mentors themselves have a large benefit, so they tend to persist better and they tend to do better in school and graduate and all that. Now, the people that they're mentoring, I haven't seen anything about what that works. I mean, it sounds like it would work, right? Especially if they're well trained and it's a cultural shift for first generation students. And there may be research out there that I haven't seen, but I was looking at the website of the National Association of Peer College Advisors, which I think Lumina supports. At least they said that. And they had a lot of, it was mostly counseling people into college rather than through college. But they had a lot of sort of evidence that maybe wasn't the most rigorous, but I do think it's something where we need to do more study, because it does seem like it really could be a very high impact, low cost way to help first generation.
So I think one thing that is, as I was listening to some of the things that I heard some of my colleagues talk about, and even your referencing of peer mentors, I think it's important to know that when it comes to first generation students and their success, it should be a high touch strategy. That is sort of what's behind all of these different types of things that we've seen and heard that works. And certainly you can leverage technology, and that can help reduce the cost. You can leverage social media, that helps to reduce the cost. But I hate to be the bearer of bad news and just say that it costs more to serve these students. They have not been served well by the K-12 system. They have been a part of communities that have been disenfranchised. So when we're talking about scarce resources and we're saying we want to make sure that these students succeed, we have to target our resources on the students who need them the most. That's where we're going to get the biggest bang for our buck. And I know that those require sometimes hard decisions and tough conversations, but that's why I always say let data drive your decisions. So if you're saying you're targeting your efforts on these particular populations and you have the data support why that is, and you can draw connections to economic realities and social needs of your local communities and regional communities, I think it bears this reason that we should be making investments there. And we should be lobbying hard for efforts to support investments there. It is a fallacy to think or to believe that we can serve students well who've been disenfranchised for 12 years cheaper. It's just going to cost us more.
Yeah, I'll just echo that, and then I'll kind of go back to the bigger picture here. So look, there's going to be a bigger chorus and growing chorus, and we're certainly supportive of that chorus of creating more demand for accountability out of our colleges and universities. So what does that mean for those of you who run these universities? Well, it means you want to get ahead of this, you want to be proactive in this process. But the bottom line is yes, if you're resource-strapped, scarce, have to look for different ways to do this. I worked for a provost and a president before I became a faculty member in an institutional research arena, and you set priorities. You and your leadership sets priorities, and you also identify revenue streams based and align with those priorities. These are opportunities to advocate for, leverage your efforts to identify revenue streams for these types of efforts. In the Georgia State case, that was an effort. They had no money for advising. They had to prioritize that effort, identify revenue stream, and what did they do? They doubled their efforts. They doubled down on their advising along with the predictive analytics. So here's an example where they've identified the revenue stream, doubled down on their efforts on the advising, implement it, and then they saw the results. Now, they had really, really poor results prior to that, but when they got serious about it and put real money behind the advising component and a strategy behind it, they realize the outcomes that they wanted. So we understand, we're empathetic to the resources, but the other piece of this is kind of the bigger picture. Accountability is important. We hear this conversation. It's not a new conversation to you. I know that. But on the results side of the equation, there are conversations, active conversations right now happening in Congress about how to look at colleges and universities, how to hold them to account. Of course, there's the deregulation and all the other issues, but I think you need to take some leadership on that and try to get ahead of that for a number of reasons.
I think, yes, absolutely. In terms of this does, like, students in greater need a lot more support, and that does cost more. The other thing I would add is something that a group I'm working with is looking into is the role of alumni mentors, and so not necessarily peer-to-peer. So for example, I talk with a group of first-gen students every semester at my alma mater, and literally the stuff that I faced 10 years ago are the exact things they're facing now, and the amount of times we all break down in tears where it's like, people are different, it's hard, I thought I knew, like, I was at the top of my class in high school, I'm now failing at the institution that I'm at now, and it's the same stuff that these students continue to face. And in talking with these students, young alum are tougher, like those who are only a year or two out of school because they're still figuring their lives out, but those who are, in their late 20s, early 30s, there's been some interesting conversation. Literally for some of these students, it's just reiterating you're gonna be okay and it's gonna take a couple of years, just like it did for me, and we share our tears, but I would just kind of throw that out as another idea of a mentorship model. It's not just for those still in school, but those who have made it out and are a bit more stable place, so can reflect a bit differently than when you're in the middle of the chaos.
I have a question in terms of, somebody mentioned Putnam's book on our kids or our children, whatever it is. Done a lot of research with him, and the argument is effectively that the gap is getting bigger and bigger. And as you look at other research, you see the impact of adverse childhood experiences, the impact of stress on cognitive development, the impact of decreasing words that children hear, and thus half the vocabulary of their colleagues in kindergarten. Are there any best practices at the K-12 level that we can look to and help in some form or fashion? One example I can give you is a K-12 district in Canada, has a high Hispanic population. At one of their elementary schools, they've opened a family center so that the parents can come and get help for whatever it is that they're dealing with. Have you seen any examples that we could look at as ways of engaging to ensure that the kids who are coming 20 years from now to our campuses and are being born in these environments and neighborhoods today, that we can make a difference for whoever it is that follows us?
Oh, yes. I think the example in the United States that I think of when you mention this is the Harlem Children's Zone in New York. And so the idea that you're serving Jeffrey Canada, who's, I can't remember the name of his book, but he's also very popular, and his approach has been really well researched about being in a community that is under-resourced and being the kind of beacon of hope in that community. So you're serving parents, you're doing job training, you're giving, you have an early childhood center, so you're helping students learn to read from a very early stage. It's kind of a charter school in New York, so they've got all of the supports throughout, the system. It is a very high touch, to Michelle's point, intervention. A lot of resources. He has tons of financing from, his great, buddies back at Harvard that were able to help him get this running. So that's an example, and I think about it doesn't necessarily have an anchor as an institution of higher education, but to the extent that, colleges have lots of resources. If you have a college of education, you have people that are experts in some of these types of things. If you have people that are, sociologists and others, there might be some, so oftentimes I think about the fact that, there's all of the stuff about town-gown relationships, but colleges are so rich in resources that aren't just the kind of teaching stuff, but the human capital of the people that are there, that if you're able to have some of these connections with the community, that you can have that. It's not, and the hard thing is it's not an immediate impact, right? So if you're talking about where do you spend your resources, and you're in that situation where you're trying to figure out, if I have $50,000 or $100,000 to do something new, do I, pay a mentor? Do I do some new initiative in town? And so I can't give you the answer to that, but I think it's, it's worthwhile to think about.
So a very concrete example, just something to look at. So met with the San Diego State University, the president there late last year. They have something called the Sweetwater Compact for Success. They partner with the Sweetwater Unified School District. And so it's not as far downstream as you suggested in the kindergarten years, but it is at the K-12 level in high school, and having a commitment to partner with the K-12, with the school district that has about 90+% Latino students, predominantly first-generation students. And the question really is, these kids weren't going to college. Why not? And reaching out to the university, and the university embracing the reaching out, partnering, and to the point where if these students take certain curriculum, that they would be guaranteed slots at San Diego State, and that has been a phenomenal program of success. I'd recommend any of you take a look at that, and certainly you can ask me questions later regarding the program. But these are examples where universities are responding to K-12 partnerships, not just a name, but really as a team, and also guaranteeing slots and moving kids through and graduating these kids. A lot of it has to do with, again, developmental ed. Developmental ed, if you looked at the data, upwards of 70%, we all need it anyway. All these kids that are showing up on our campuses, they all need it. So why not invest in this? And we would really have great returns on this for most kids, but largely, of course, our first generation low-income students and students of color.
I'm getting the signal that we should wrap up. If I can I sneak in a 30-second answer, though? Because I write about K through 12 education, and one of the things that Putnam identifies is the increasing segregation by economic status of students and the impact that that has. And if you look going back to the Coleman report from the 1960s, the biggest predictor of academic achievement is the socioeconomic status of the family that you come from. The second biggest predictor in his study was the socioeconomic status of the school that you attended, the classmates. And that goes directly to your issue about vocabulary. If a low-income student goes to a economically mixed school, she will be surrounded by students who, on average, will have larger vocabularies, and they'll have a positive impact there. There are about 80 school districts throughout the country that now consciously seek to integrate their student bodies by socioeconomic status, not through compulsory busing, that didn't work, but through choice and magnet schools. And in those districts where those attempts have been made, they've really seen some tremendous results in terms of academic achievement of students and graduation rates. So that would be one strategy to explore. So please join me in thanking our terrific panel today. Thank you.
I know you're not.
Yeah, it's okay. I was like, that's what I was ready to answer.
Perfect.
That'd be great.
Richard, nice meeting you.
America, yeah, for like a couple months, yeah. Good seeing you. Yeah, I've been there for 2 months.
Richard, nice meeting you.
Yeah, so good to meet you. Yeah, no, I want to read your research on affirmative action.
Sure, look at the Prop 209. It's in the Journal of Higher Education.
Okay.
Published
All right,
there.
good. Oh, I'll check
yeah,
that
we
out.
looked at that, and my friend and colleague Brian.
Okay.
I worked with Gary at UC. I was a professor at UCLA.
Great. Thank you. Well, Michelle, I'm glad that we finally get to connect. Wanting to
Richard and panelists, thank you very much again. We very much appreciate your time with us today. It strikes me, perhaps to say the obvious, that there are any number of common threads that are emerging across all of today's conversations and presentations. That in part to say, Mr. Appel, we are grateful for your time with us at this particular point in our day. Jeff Appel is Deputy Undersecretary of Education at the U.S. Department of Education. As Deputy Undersecretary, Appel oversees post-secondary student aid policy initiatives that align the efforts of federal student aid, the Office of Post-Secondary Education, and the Office of Vocational and Adult Education. Appel first joined the department in 2011 as a Senior Policy Advisor for Higher Education and Student Financial Aid in the Office of Planning, Evaluation, and Policy Development. From 2007 to 11, Appel worked for Congressman George Miller as a Senior Policy Advisor for the U.S. House of Representatives Committee on Education and Labor, where he led numerous student aid and higher education policy efforts that guided legislation for the College Cost Reduction and Access Act, the Ensuring Continued Access to Student Loans Act, the 2008 Higher Education Act reauthorization, the Student Aid and Fiscal Responsibility Act, and the Dodd-Frank Wall Street Reform and Consumer Protection Act. Prior to working for the House Education and Labor Committee, Appel was an assistant director at the Government Accountability Office's Education, Workforce, and Income Security Group, responsible for managing much of the GAO's research concerning student aid and other post-secondary education issues. He holds a bachelor's degree in business administration finance from the University of Arizona and a master's degree in applied economics from Johns Hopkins University. Welcome, and again, thank you for being here.
Thanks for that kind introduction. It's kind of making me feel old. Well, good afternoon. I'd like to thank Senator Brown for giving me an opportunity to share a bit about the work happening at the department around improving access, affordability, and outcomes for America's college students. President Obama has made it clear that providing every American with a quality education is both an economic necessity and a moral imperative. As I'm sure you all know, shortly after taking office, the president announced what we call the 2020 goal, that by the year 2020, the United States will reclaim our place as the nation with the highest proportion of college graduates in the world. Over the last 6 years, we've made great strides toward achieving that goal, but there is quite a bit of work still to be done. That is why conversations like this are vitally important. It's up to all of us, institutions, students, and policymakers working together to ensure that all Americans are able to access a high-quality post-secondary education. This is especially true as Congress prepares to take up the reauthorization of the Higher Education Act in the coming months. We all know the facts here are indisputable. By 2020, an estimated 2/3 of new jobs will require at least some post-secondary education or training. We need more students getting to college, earning their degree or certificate, or successfully transferring to a four-year college and university for their baccalaureate degrees. But we face a number of significant challenges. We know that today, college access and completion are strongly predicted by factors like race and income. We know that the United States trails nearly every other industrialized nation in ensuring that each generation is better educated than their parents. And we know that students and families in the United States pay 4 to 5 times what families in other countries pay for college. We're proud of the work we've done over the last 6 years to address these challenges. Since 2009, we've overhauled the FAFSA, increased Pell eligibility, restructured and expanded our national Pell investments, transitioned to 100% direct lending, launched the American Opportunity Tax Credit, released new consumer tools like the College Scorecard and Financial Aid Shopping Sheet, all while student enrollment has increased across higher education. And there are a number of ongoing efforts at the department worth mentioning as well. For example, we're implementing a new Student Aid Bill of Rights signed by President Obama just recently this year. Under this effort, we're expanding income-driven repayment options for borrowers, improving student loan servicing, and stepping up our efforts to help ensure students understand and access the federal student aid to which they're entitled. And as I'm sure you're all aware, we're continuing to work on the new college rating system. We've been listening carefully to the input you've provided, as well as others, over the last 18 months, and look forward to releasing a new useful tool for students and families this summer. Beyond these ongoing efforts, the President has outlined an ambitious higher education for the next few years. First, earlier this year, President Obama unveiled his America's College Promise proposal. He's calling on Congress to help make 2 years of community college free for all students nationwide. The president's proposal, which would be undertaken in partnership with states, would allow students to earn the first half of a bachelor's degree or earn skills needed in the workforce at no cost to the student. The initiative calls on community colleges to raise their game with programs that enable students to transfer to a 4-year degree, or that are occupational programs for high-demand jobs with strong graduation rates and make a focused effort to help their students succeed. It calls on states to invest more in higher education and training, improve articulation agreements between institutions, and focus on outcomes. And it calls on students to take responsibility for their education by attending at least half-time, maintain a 2.5 GPA in college, and make steady progress towards completing their program. Federal funding will cover 3/4 of the average cost of community college. States that choose to participate will be expected to contribute the remaining funds necessary to eliminate community college tuition for eligible students. States that already invest more and charge students less can make smaller contributions, though all participating states will be required to put up some matching funds. States must also commit to continuing existing investments in higher education. An investment in ACP will benefit nearly 9 million students, make higher education more affordable, and improve the quality of education across America's 1,100 plus community colleges. A full-time community college student could save an average of $3,800 in tuition per year. In addition to the College Promise proposal, the President's fiscal year 2016 budget proposal includes other vital new investments and reforms. The President has proposed further simplifying the FAFSA by removing unnecessarily overcomplicated questions and has outlined a plan to streamline repayment options for student borrowers. The budget includes a $30 billion investment in Pell Grants to protect and sustain its value for future generations by continuing to index it to inflation beyond 2017. It also includes $200 million for proposed American Technical Training Fund to help expand innovative and high-quality technical training programs that have strong employer partnerships and include work-based learning opportunities. And the President has proposed expanding the successful First in the World program, providing an additional $200 million to invest in innovative approaches to improving access, quality, and completion at institutions across the country. The President's higher education agenda outlines a bold vision for tackling the challenges we face. We want to build on the successes of the last 6 years by making new investments in higher education that will benefit millions of students and thousands of institutions. I know that the President, Secretary Duncan, and Undersecretary Mitchell are all looking forward to working with Senator Brown and his colleagues to continue these efforts as Congress prepares to take up reauthorization of the Higher Education Act later this year. And we look forward to working with you, your colleagues, and your students to make sure that we guarantee all Americans have access to a high-quality, affordable post-secondary education. Again, I'd like to thank Senator Brown for the opportunity to be here today, and happy to take a few questions if anyone has any. Yes?
Secretary, with all these efforts we've done the last 6 years, have we seen any change in our relative position on global indicators, relative to other countries around the world?
There's been some modest uptick in our standing in the national rankings. To some degree, there's quite a bit of lag in terms of the data that are available from OECD and other countries, where it does take some time to see the results of the investments that we're making and are hopefully paying off. But we're also looking, for other ways to continue tracking success by improving the data collections that the department collects. So I know many of you are probably familiar with the limitations of some of the data collected by the National Center for Education Statistics through its IPEDS data collection, which historically has only tracked first-time, full-time students. So there is in the works and forthcoming in the near future will be an expanded basis on which the cohorts are measured. So we're going to get beyond the first-time, full-time students to a place where we'll have the data for first-time full-time, non-first-time full-time, first-time part-time, and non-first-time part-time. So that's kind of the one of the examples of where we're trying to move a little bit better on the data front. Well, great. Again, I really appreciate the Senator Brown's invitation, and good luck in your work. Thanks.
Well, I can tell you it's indeed an honor for me to have the opportunity to introduce our next speaker. And I will say, despite the stellar outline of speakers today, in my opinion, we save the best to last. I am a former Virginian, and so it is indeed my pleasure to introduce to you the Honorable Bobby Scott, who is serving his 11th term in Congress. 11th term in Congress. He is revered in Virginia, and I can attest to that after having spent 15 years working hand in hand with Congressman Scott. He's a passionate advocate for access for all children for a quality education. He has served in his 15-year tenure many opportunities for improvement of health care, for improvement of minimum wage, for the improvement of the lives of individuals who perhaps might be the most underserved in our communities. He is the ranking House member of the House Committee on Education and the Workforce. He has really led the fight for access and quality to early, secondary, and post-secondary higher education, very concerned about student debt, closing the achievement gap, and perhaps most importantly, dismantling the school-to-prison pipeline. Bobby Scott has worked tirelessly to really build a better Virginia, and in that regard, to build a better America. And I can't say how proud I am to introduce to you Congressman Bobby Scott.
Thank you, Beverly, for your very kind introduction. And when I saw you there, I said, "What are you doing with an Ohio group? You're supposed to be from Virginia." It is a pleasure to be here, and there's a story of a guy who was on the program to speak, and he got up to speak. There's only one guy left in the audience. Everybody had left, and he spoke and spoke and spoke and spoke, and thanked the guy for sticking around to listen to everything he said. And the guy said, "Well, I had to. I'm the next speaker." So thank everyone for sticking around. I also want to thank Sherrod Brown for inviting me. He's a tremendous legislator. I mean, you know how stuff goes on around here. Everybody's kind of ducking and dodging and trying to figure out with their finger in the wind what to do. Sherrod is one of those, if there's a fight between the banks and the middle class, he's going to be right there fighting for education, fighting for health care, fighting to make life better for the average man and woman and child in America. And you can just count on him, and he's one of the few. And so you're very well represented with Senator Brown. We were elected the same year in '92. To the House, so I've known him a long time, and he's just such a great friend and a great legislator. So good to be here with all of the Ohio institutions. You're represented here with 4-year public and private and community colleges and HBCUs, and it's just great to have all of you come to Washington. I was just this year became the ranking member of the Education and Workforce Committee in the House, and I'm grateful to have the opportunity to talk about improving college access and completion for first-generation college students. We know that a college education has been and continues to be the proven way to get into the middle class, since many first-generation students are also low income who want to move into the middle class. Their families are at the lower rungs of the socioeconomic ladder. and they want to move up, we can't lose sight of the importance of this path. According to the recent report from Georgetown University Center on Education and the Workforce, by 2020, 65% of all of the jobs in the future will require some education past the high school level, not necessarily a four-year college, but some education and training past the high school level. I'm reminded of the story of one of our recent governors who all of a sudden became a strong proponent of vocational education. Just all of a sudden, and I just wondered I found out what happened. As soon as he got sworn in as governor, moved into the governor's mansion, he noticed the plumbing problem. He knew enough about state government to know that he could call general services, wait for them to issue a request for proposals and get 3 low bids and wait, and somebody can test the award of the contract. What he did is what everybody else do. He just called a plumber. The plumber showed up, looked at the problem, went out in the truck, got some tools, fixed it up. He was there 15 minutes, handed the governor a bill, $150. Governor said, $150? Are you kidding? When I was practicing law, you had 15 minutes? That's $600 an hour. When I was practicing law, I never charged anybody $600 an hour. And the plumber said, Governor, I know what you mean, because when I was a lawyer, I never charged anybody $600 an hour either. Some of these vocational education jobs are pretty good, but individuals who seek education past the high school level are looking to get higher salaries, and you get higher salaries the more you learn, the more you earn. Those with just a high school education, certainly dropouts, get stuck at low wages that don't go up. If you've got education past the high school level, you start higher and keep going up. Now, we need to make sure that this is available to everybody, and that's what we're here talking about. Now, the first thing you got to do is make sure people can qualify for higher education. That means the early childhood K through 12 education has to be such that you can qualify to get into college. Those who, and that trajectory starts very early, and you got to keep it going. Now, too many of our children are on what the Children's Defense Fund calls the cradle to prison pipeline, where and it gives the use of the word pipeline gives you the impression, correct impression, that all the way along you're locked into a trajectory and have trouble getting out because we just keep missing every opportunity to do something right. We need to create a cradle to college and career pipeline by doing everything right. That's teen pregnancy prevention, so fewer babies are born into dysfunctional families, prenatal care, reduces learning disabilities and mental retardation. Nurse-family partnership, nurse visits early on can significantly reduce child abuse, which is highly correlated with future crime. Early childhood education to make sure they're on track to reading by the 3rd grade. Teachers tell us that up to the 3rd grade, you learn to read. After the 3rd grade, you read to learn. If you're not reading after the 3rd grade, you're not learning after the 3rd grade, and you're on the way to dropping out with all the increased crime, unemployment, and welfare that's associated with high school dropouts. But we need to make sure that people get a decent K through 12 education. And as you know, we're in the process now of reauthorizing the Elementary and Secondary Education Act. The Senate is expected to vote on it soon. The House started voting on it, and thankfully, with that version that they had, it fell apart because we caught them with their hand in the cookie jar in a funding formula change that literally took money from the low-income areas and gave it to the wealthy areas. Now, ESEA 50 years ago, if you look at the legislation, it talked about the problems of educating low-income students and the additional challenges with concentrations of poverty. And here you get 50 years later, they want to take money, and as an example, in Los Angeles, 70% poverty will lose 25% of its funding under that formula. Beverly Hills, 5% poverty, will gain about a quarter of its money under that formula. Now, thankfully, enough people caught on early enough, and they weren't able to get the votes to get it passed, and it's kind of dissolved into oblivion. The Senate started out at the same place, but they have kind of reorganized and have a more bipartisan look. It still has some some gaps, but hopefully we can get together and get an effective Elementary and Secondary Education Act that gets people prepared. One of the challenges will be what standards they're going to use. Some want everybody to kind of home bake their own standards, so if you're not achieving very well, what you can do is you can lower your standards. All of a sudden, your scores just went up. We want standards high enough so that if you achieve the standards, you're good enough to get into your local state colleges. I don't think that's asking too much. If you got some that you can achieve your standards, graduate from high school, and then can't get into college without remedial education. We need to make sure that those standards and accountability are there. But once you have an opportunity to go to college, obviously it has to be affordable. You need to make sure that those who are in families that have not traditionally gone to college get kind of acclimated that that's possible for them. A lot of children just figure, I'm not college material, and never go very far. Well, we need to make sure with Gear Up and the TRIO programs like Upward Bound that people know that if you do your homework, that you can get into college. Now, once you get into college, you got to be able to afford it. And that has become increasingly difficult. Two things are going on. One is that the portion of a state college tuitions paid for by the state has been drooping. Used to be about 2/3, now it's about 1/3. That accounts for, by itself, doubling the tuition right off the bat. Others, the Pell Grant hadn't kept up with anything. Used to be 75% of the cost of going to a public college. Now it's about a third. Private colleges is about 16%. So you start off there. If your family can't help you go to college, then how are you going to get the rest? Well, you can borrow the money. Incredibly, the federal government has taken over the student loans and is continuing to make a profit on the student loans. $16 billion a year recently, it just seems to me that we ought to be subsidizing the student loans, not making a profit on it. We could significantly reduce the interest rate and still not be losing any money on it, but instead we're using it to raise money and help balance the budget, help fund tax cuts to others, when we really ought to be using it as an incentive to help people go to college. That's going to be part of our budget. We're in the process of budgets. Everybody knows we're in the ditch in the budget, and part of it is because 2 years ago we passed a so-called cliff deal extending $3.9 trillion in tax cuts, and then without doing anything about the sequester. I think we delayed the sequester 2 months like it was going to go away, and we've been struggling trying to get the budget back together ever since. The fixing the budget reminds me of a story that's told about the former chair. Beverly may remember Ed Willey, who was chair of the State Senate Finance Committee, very conservative individual. People hated him. I mean, so conservative, they said you couldn't get a dime out of him with a crowbar. I mean, he walked into a bar right before an election and heard people start mumbling, oh, there go Ed Willey. Nobody here going to vote for Ed Willey. Can't get a dime out of him with a crowbar. Didn't even keep their voices down. He could hear them. And so he just raised his beer, turned to the bartender, said, bartender, when Ed Willey drinks, everybody drinks. People couldn't believe it. They started chanting, Ed Willey, Ed Willey. Why are you talking bad about Ed Willey? Got every vote in here, set up the house like that. Oh, they were just cheering and celebrating. A few minutes later, he took a couple of dollars out of his wallet, put it on the bar, said, bartender. Everybody looked up. Bartender, when Ed Willey pays, everybody pays. We passed that cliff deal, and everybody was prancing around. Look at us, bipartisan, what we can accomplish, and spent $3.9 trillion. Then you turn around, well, what happened to that education money? Why do we have to increase the interest on student loans? What's happening to the Pell Grants? Where's the transportation money? Nobody thought about that when they were celebrating all these nice tax cuts. And so we're trying to figure out how to pay for student loans and Pell Grants and access to college. Now, one of the things that we're talking about now, we've mentioned the free community college, which is a great idea. Anything that helps people go to college, that's fine. But there's one thing that has kind of recurring question in my mind, and that is when you talk about going to community college, then the four-year college, competency-based education where you can kind of test out so you don't need a full 4 years to get a degree. You can get a degree based on life experience, that kind of thing. There's a question that I think we have to come to grips with, and that is whether there is still value to a 4-year on-campus liberal arts college experience. We're kind of getting away from that with all these other kind of ideas, online education and all that, because most of what you learn in a 4-year education isn't in the classroom. It's dealing with people living in a very diverse socioeconomic atmosphere where you have to learn about people that you didn't meet at home and living in that experience and then going out in the world with that experience. Turns out that I think 94% of members of Congress have 4-year degrees. I think about 2/3 of the House, 3/4 of the Senate actually have some kind of graduate degree. What is it about those kind of degrees? And you look, none of us are using what we learned in the classroom technically on what we're doing now. But we learned how to learn. We learned how to get along with people. We had that experience. So what is it about that experience that was so valuable? And I think we need to remember, at least remember the question as we come up with all kinds of ideas as to how to go to college. Because I think if you limit the 4-year on-campus liberal arts college education experience just to people that can write $50,000 a year checks, you have two problems. One, it's not fair to low-income people that can't write $50,000 checks to have the opportunity that others have. And for those that actually go to college, it's no longer a rich, diverse socioeconomic. I mean, they're meeting the same people they're meeting at the country club. And they don't get that experience as they go out in life and have to deal with other people. And so we have to figure out a way, in my judgment, how to, back in the old days, when I was going to college, virtually any college you could get into, you could go to. There wasn't anything saying, is it worth it? And you heard about people, quote, working their way through college. That's because they got a Pell Grant that paid 75% of it, and 15 hours a week during the school year in a summer job, you could actually work your way through college without borrowing any money. Now, you can't work 40 hours a week and go to college without incurring debts about the size of your parents' mortgages. So that's where we got to come to grips with that, how we can figure out how to get young people, and a lot of it is going to be on a budget, and you can't pass multi-trillion-dollar tax cuts and then wonder where all the education money went. I think we're going to have to come up with budgets that include our values, and one of those is to make sure everybody can get a college education. So thank you very much, and thank you for being here, and tell Sherrod that we missed him. Thank you. I have to take questions. Any questions? As the other gentleman said, if not, thank you very much.
So we've been told that Senator Brown is about 5 minutes away. He's voting. So that's one of those interruptions. So we have just 5 minutes. If you'll just wait, you'd like to give us a closing remarks, and then we'll have a picture taken so you can have that and we'll go on. Is there anything anybody needed to address to the staff, yet today? Okay. So we still have a few goodies to put in your pocket. Time for a quick break. Well, you'll be here, I guess, within 5 minutes. So, okay. So judge your bathroom break on that.
Hey Julie, how you doing? Okay, what's going on, anything? Whose office? Okay. 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 All right. Which one? Yep. John? Yeah, just email it to me.
Get an extra sandwich to go.
Yeah, right.
You know? But yeah.
Is that it? Okay, thank you. It's fine, we're just about wrapping up now, so, okay, all right, talk to you later. Oh, yeah. No, we're just finished, okay. Thanks a lot. Bye-bye.
Where's he headed?
You knew that my provost was in. We were in the search for Dean of Student Success. And say so until we know what she's doing.
I just figured I'd get more done in Columbus. Who's doing the MC this year?
Yes, somebody answered. So, I understand.
Folks on campus become more educated to the realities of society, the realities of other accountability. See, I think they all begin to understand. We're all. Oh my God.
I said, I guess I kind of leaned heavy on the Democrats.
That's funny. That's really funny. That's gonna be hard to top. Jack, you left a hard thing for Chad to try to.
Gordon Gee and I work together on sort of like, don't tell customers. Breaks my heart, but I can't do it. He's got to see it.
Right now? Oh, yeah. It was, and I wondered. I didn't know what it meant. I didn't either. I called
Dressel, he's devastates me that I can't be there.
Let me find you.
What I'm saying is, if it is in that bill, and that bill becomes law, for sure.
Yeah, which is it's just crazy the way it went out. Given that he's just so kind and Jesus Christ.
You know, Jack sent that to all of us.
Ultimately, to the downfall.
Which I also like.
He seems to have laid it on his feet, okay?
He's been
You want to do pictures, everybody? Thank you all for coming. We'd really like to hear your feedback. The attendance has been the last couple of years a little bit down from the mid-high 50s we had in the first 3 or 4 years. And I don't know if there's a reason or it's just the newness is faded or whatever, but there's a number of new people here this year, so thank you for that. And just any thoughts you have on what was good, what wasn't so good, share with Leah and Kia. Anyway, but just let us know because we want to make this, we're going to keep doing this. Why don't you keep electing me to the Senate? We have to do that again for 3 more years. So we'll figure this out, but thank you for. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes.
It's a party, I'll call on some of you to be on the